What's up, guys?
Nate over here. Um, I think I interviewed you 7 years ago, and you told me I would love to fight Cub Swanson someday. That'd be guaranteed banger. So I guess now, 7 years later, you finally do get to fight Cub Swanson on his
Yeah.
last fight. I guess how's this all feeling for you, being the other side of this, Cub Swanson retirement fight?
Oh yeah, it was like I was just questioning like, am I getting old? And they called me. I was like, well, he older. And then coming into the UFC from M1 Global, that's the fight I kind of wanted. And we about to fight. We about to find out Saturday night. We going at it. Two guys. I feel like it's like two dads at a baseball game and their sons. We gonna figure it out. You know what I mean?
Is it, the whole narrative about this fight is, Cubs last fight, but then you're on the other side of that too. Is it kind of weird knowing like all these questions are going to just be about, you're the last person that Cub Swanson's ever going to face in his
I mean,
MMA
that's
career?
his storyline. That ain't got nothing to do with me, but just a dog, you know what I mean? A cat's a cat, you just is what you are.
Good luck on Saturday, man.
Appreciate it. We good?
Nate, is it a little bit tough fighting Cub knowing that it's his last fight? Like you're here to spoil a party, spoil somebody's retirement, or do you not think about that?
No, but I will say this, I remember running into his wife on International Fight Week when he fought Andre Philly, and I was like, man, I'm pulling for him. I ain't pulling for him now.
Have you ran into him this week?
I just seen him out there, you always it's that awkward moment where you like, yeah, what up, shake hands, and it's like, I'm here to hurt you, you're here to hurt me, and it's kind of like when you was a kid playing the high note seek. It's like the countdown is almost done, and you hid where you hid.
Yeah. And I don't know if this is a bit of a weird question, but are you a fan of Cub in terms of like what he's done in the sport? And I don't know if you could share like a favorite memory of his career. Obviously, he's been around for a really long time and he's had some incredible moments.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a fan, but I respect the fact that it's tough to be in this game, let alone be in this game for as long as he's been in any sport. And just in general, being in the UFC, if you could do that, then you got my respect.
Thank you.
Nate Beck here. Over here. You have a very fan-friendly, UFC-friendly fight style. This is your first fight where a 100K bonus is possible. Does that add to your motivation at all, or just how going to play into this fight?
Yeah, man, that 100 man, it's like I would like to get some back pay. Honestly, it's like yo, what? I got 5 bonus. I wouldn't mind an extra check, but kind of makes you mad but happy at the same time because it's like a step forward. But then it's like, yo, y'all should have been done with the 100K.
And you kind of touched on this, but Cub is also known for his crazy fights, Hall of Fame worthy. Do you think this is the perfect fight for one of those bonuses?
I mean, you would think that the matchmakers knew what they was doing when they did this one. So there's a reason why they got that job. And yeah, man, come Saturday night, we're gonna figure it all out.
Nate, I know you said over here. I know you said he's old and you're old, but I guess how dangerous do you feel like he is at this point in his career? He's been kind of inactive in recent years, but are you still kind of expecting an elite guy when you get in there?
Age is like none of that matters. You could put all this on the paper: wrestling, boxing, grappling. When you about to step into that fight, man, you throw that paper away. It's gonna be. I mean, we fighters out here. It's real. When bone hits bone and you get to bleeding and there's nothing, your heart rate up there and it's real. I mean, it's gonna be. It's as real as you can get before it's murder, right?
And coming off the 2 losses, I guess, what did you learn from those experiences? And I guess, how do you return to form to get a win on Saturday?
Oh yeah, man. With the losses, it's like I don't really. Even if I won those last two, even if he was undefeated, it doesn't matter. The next one matters. This one matters. You can't bring in what you did in it. I was pretty proud. My man hit me with his best combo for like 10 shots straight, and I just took a knee. And he got flatlined in his next fight. So makes me be proud. I know how tough I am.
Sounds fine. I don't know why that guy said that.
You good? Well, Yuri, over here.
Hey,
Hello.
good morning, everyone.
Good morning. I feel like you've done quite a bit of media the last few weeks here in Miami. So I guess how's preparation been for you, having to juggle camp, being here in Miami, and then it seems like every day I'm seeing you do more and more and more interviews. So just how's this whole fight camp been?
Thank you for question, but right now I'm not in the mood to think about all these weeks and enjoy it and or think about it deeply. Right now I'm focused just for Saturday night and every day, every moment I'm living fully here and now. So that's why I don't have time to too much think about the days back. So
So looking at Saturday and your opponent Carlos, obviously I think there was a couple options that fans thought it would be you versus somebody. When they presented you with Carlos Ulberg, did you like the matchup, and what do you make of Carlos as an opponent?
for sure, yeah, I like this matchup. Yeah, because Carlos is a great stand-up fighter. I like to fight in stand-up or whenever we go in a fight. And the question is,
What do you like? What do you make of Carlos as an opponent and his skill set and everything?
like what I see.
Yeah. Just what do you see? What have his last few fights leading up to this?
Understand. Uh, he proved that he is a really good striker in movement. He have a good movement, precise punches, and I think in stand up, from all my opponents, this one is the Ulberg is with these his style, very specific, very systematic. Really, somebody who I need right now. I need to face, to little push my stand up because it's starting in the stand up. Yeah, so
I watched an interview where you said that you were working on being more aggressive early because there's this narrative that you start slow. I guess, what does that mean in camp for preparation to start faster?
start faster. So that's mean for me to handle all these keys, how to unlock these primal aggression inside myself, to go there to the fight like to the second round, to start the first round like a second round, and this is something what we with team we are focused to not start slowly, too long, watch the opponent, too much movement. I don't like that. And as soon as I can start in a fight, then I can deliver the win.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Jiri, we spoke last week, and you told me that you feel the power of fatherhood looming. Now that the fight's gotten closer, not only the fight but also the birth of your son, how do you feel?
Oh my girl,
How do you feel, and do you feel like the power has increased?
it's not son,
A daughter.
daughter. So again, I will say the same. I will say the same. Since I knew that there will be a new life in my life, and I'll be a father. The first came a big lot of thoughts about the responsibility, about the end of my free time and all these things. But I don't have free time. Everything is around about the fight, about the preparation. So I started to work more, to believe to my girlfriend that we can handle that. I started to work on our relationship to be deeply more connected and to understand each other more, because I believe this part of game, like to be a father in this world, is about not just about one person. It's like, in a pair. So that was the one thing, and it gave me a big relax in what I do, because since I started to spoke with her about all these small things at home, so everything started to be more relaxed, and I got more time to myself. Everything was, and just few words. And about the daughter, man, that's like I said, new life, new power, new new power. What's coming into my life, and I'm expecting that. I'm expecting all the responsibility. I'm expecting the opponent this Saturday night, but still I have the new reason to be much better, to be stronger, to be faster, to be more precise, to be right in the timing there in the cage in the Saturday night.
Do you feel like this has made you more dangerous fighter?
Yes, for sure.
And what would it mean for you to take the belt back home and for your son to be able to see that as a
Son, daughter.
Sorry, daughter. Sorry, my brother's having
I
a.
understand everybody wants the son, but
My bad. What would it mean for you to take the belt and see that?
I can say one thing. What gave me advice? One German fighter. They saying like the how to say the boys have sons and the mans have a girls. You know, so that's why I keep me calm. But what was the question? Sorry.
That what would it mean for you to bring the belt and home and your daughter be able to see it?
It's I didn't really understand it in myself, these feelings, but I spoke about that many times, that I want to bring again the belt back to Czech Republic, and to be right now it's not just right now I feel it's not just about to bring the belt because I want to show it in Czech Republic again. Of course it is, but now it's more about my journey, not to prove to myself, but to be a stable man in a stable trainings, stable professional trainings in my last 2 years, and continue in that by winning this Saturday. To not just be the champion once and okay, it's nice, okay, I touched that and that's okay. No, I really want to stay as a champion, defend the belt and all these things. Yeah.
Thank you, and apologies for that.
Thank you.
Hey, Yiri, right here. You mentioned Czech Republic, and you're obviously wearing the colors. I know you're always a proud representative. I saw you were with David Pasternak the other night. What was it like to connect with another top Czech athlete like him and discuss whatever you guys talked about?
You mean the meeting with
David Pasternak?
Yeah, David Pasternak. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was. That's why make me proud for Czech Republic, because like I said interview before, and it's make me proud because in Czech Republic there is we are like small country, but even we are a small country, there is all the world can know us, like if nothing, that there is a good sportsman, like a lot of hockey players, in Olympic medalists. So that's why I think I am proud to be a part of it.
Yuri, right over here. Staying on the Czech Republic, you were with the Czech Republic team ahead of the World Baseball Classic. You threw out the first pitch for the Marlins last night. What was that kind of experience like?
It was necessary. It was necessary. It was like, man, all these things, what I'm doing here, even the speaking right now, that's just what I need. What I must to do. I came for Saturday night, and all these things is beautiful, and I'm not in the mood to enjoy that fully. You know, half of me is just Saturday night. So yes, that's why I'm here fully right here right now. But no, man, my focus is for opponent, for the masterpiece.
So a lot of people were saying you threw out a really good first pitch. Do you think if things went differently, we could have seen you hitting with a bat instead of your hands?
What? One more time. Sorry,
Do you think we could have seen you playing baseball instead of fighting if fighting wasn't an option for you?
No, that was just it was necessary. I had to do that, and when I was small kid, we throw a lot of balls and rocks. Yeah.
So you had the face off with Ulberg. What did you feel coming off him? I know you're a big guy about energy, about what you feel in opponents. What did you feel in him when you were staring him down?
From Ulberg.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like it's just my opinion. He can feel it by another way. I can describe it like by that. He have some winning streak. He's going to the top. From last time I met him in Australia, he's more self-confident. But he don't know who he's staying there with. And I believe I'm able to show it. Make my words, yeah. Thank you, everyone. See you Saturday night. Stay strong.
You guys want the fucking down buckle on me? Or do you want the Incredible Hulk, dog?
You look great, Coach.
Hello? Is this thing on? Listen. I'm gonna take out number 4 and I'm gonna saw off his head and put it on Alex Pereira's body. And then I'm gonna take number 3 and stitch it to the anus of number 2. And then I'm going to take number 2's head and I'm going to stitch it to the anus of number 1, creating some type of human centipede where the Incredible Hulk will put it on a leash and walk it in his front yard. Yeah. I'm in Miami, Florida. Oh, yeah. 20,000 people.
20 million.
20 million watching around the world to see the Incredible Hulk. I will show everybody that I'm the best, from the east to the west, to the old dying man, to the baby on the breast. Mama, you know who the best is, Mama? The Incredible Hulk's the best, Mama. Yeah. Hey, Jared, you want to fucking come up here and say anything, Doug? Oh, fuck, hold on. The fucking vato's coming out, dog. Hold on. Hey, what's up, dog? Hey, that shit got kind of weird, dog. I'm sorry, dog. But the fucking down vato's back, homie. Hell yeah, dog. Oh, did someone ask, dog, how I've been doing, dog? I've just been picking up girls, dog, and beating up squirrels, dog. How do you get a squirrel down from a tree, homie? You drop your pants and show them your nuts, homie. Dang, dog, that was a good one, homie. Oh, you got something, dog? Hold on.
Do we ask questions at this normally? Do people here ask questions?
They good?
Does anybody have a question? Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Can you start here? No. Hey, what's up, dog? The down vato's back, homie. What's up, dog? Damn, dog. Hey, what do you call a Mexican that lost his car, dog? Carlos, homie. Damn, dog. Hold on, I think I got another one, homie. Hold on. Hey, what do you call a Mexican that doesn't like protein powder, homie? No way, Jose, dog. But the down vato likes protein powder, dog. Don't get that shit twisted on me. Straight up, dog.
Josh, did you have an exchange out there with Jiri? What happened?
I'm just letting everybody know how fucking down I am, homie. I'm the downest vato in the world, homie. I'll literally fucking take it down and show everybody, homie, while I fucking take it down, homie. I'm fucking down, dog. I don't care who you are, dog. We could make an open division, homie, and we could all fight, dog. Cutting weights for cowards, homie. Straight up, the down vato doesn't fucking cut no weight, homie. Straight up, dog. Yo, you fucking think I can't keep up this fucking accent this whole time, dog? Keep up this character? Fucking watch me, homie. Yeah, dog.
good, man.
No, you guys sure, dog? I'll be up here all fucking day, homie. Hey, I don't like that. My fucking teammate couldn't talk, dog. I don't like that shit, dog.
Hey, Aaron, over to your left. If somebody told you 5 years ago you'd be fighting Patricio Pitbull, I'm sure you wouldn't have been surprised. But if they told you it was going to happen in the UFC, I'm sure your mind would have been blown a little bit. So how crazy is this for you to be matched up with him in this moment? Does it kind of feel right to finally be on a fight week with him?
Yeah, it feels really good. It's just another opponent. You know, business is business. Of course, basically to answer your question, yeah, I would have thought it was a little bit crazy because I've been scheduled to fight him in Bellator, and then if somebody was to say, yeah, you're gonna fight him in the UFC, I would have been like, yeah, that's crazy. But we're here now. I feel really good during fight week. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm at peace, and I'm just ready to go do my job Saturday night.
Yeah, did you feel like this is a fight that had to happen for any sort of closure purposes, or is it just, like you said, another guy?
No, I mean, to be quite honest with you, after my last fight, I didn't really have a clue on who I was going to fight, but how it came about, I was at Target with my shopping, and I got a call from Hunter, and my heart started racing a little bit because I knew it was going to be who I was going to fight next. He said, "Oh, you're going to fight. When can you fight?" I said, "I could fight April," and he said, "Okay, sounds good. You're fighting Pitbull." I said, "All right, sounds good." Got off the phone, called my team, and got to work.
Yeah, were you surprised? Because I think Patricio, after his fight against Ige, had called you out. He said he wanted a matchup. Were you surprised, like, as the guy that was, Patricio was in that championship position, for him to be calling out you versus vice versa?
Yeah, I wasn't aware that he was calling me out, so careful what you wish for. He just might get it. So Saturday night, he got it. He's going to get it.
Yeah, and we haven't heard much from you since your UFC debut. I'm curious what the how you processed it in the aftermath, and how you kind of not necessarily came to terms, but what you learned, and kind of how you're using that coming into this one.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. After the last loss, I took it a little bit hard. I was really embarrassed and had some down days. It's just part of the game, especially when you put a lot of work into it. That's what fans sometimes don't understand. So I'm very thankful for the fans, so don't get me wrong. But then you also get the fans that criticize and say certain things, but they don't see the behind the scenes, how much work and, you know, the hunger pains before bed because you're cutting weight, you know, the toll it takes on families and things like that, and you put your life and soul into it, and to come up short, especially on a big stage like that, I took it really, really hard. And it was okay, though, after a few weeks, you know, with my son and traveling and spending a lot of time in Morocco. You know, one thing I've always that I know is that the sun rises the next morning. My son loves me, and my family's got me, and you just got to get back on the horse. But yeah, it was very difficult, but I'm back now, so all good.
Yeah, and what did you kind of identify went wrong? Was it just you got a little too over-aggressive, or was there more to it?
Yeah, it sounds weird because in a way I don't like to say this, but I'm happy that it kind of happened because I really had to take a good look in the mirror and assess my game, especially fighting in the UFC. Sometimes you can get away with it with guys that are not skilled. You can just go in there and bulldoze guys over and throw punches and do whatever. But when you're fighting Lerone Murphy's number 2 in the world, and fighting any guy really in the UFC, you have to be very smart. I just got over excited and it felt good and wasn't really thinking, and it got caught. And I think so basically what I'm saying is I had to really work on a few things: fight IQ, movement, footwork, and just all around things. I think I did that. I've been, you know, training the last 3 months and working on, you know, new style and different just different things, and I'm excited on Saturday night to show it.
Yeah, and I guess what do you think fans should expect to see out of you? What are you kind of expecting to do when you get in there against Patricio?
I think what fans should expect is Aaron Pico just having fun and not putting so much pressure, like I have to get a knockout, I have to get a takedown, and just fighting free, using my footwork, my head movement, getting a takedown when I need to get a takedown, but ultimately when I'm having fun and using all my skills, good things happen. So that's what they can expect.
Thanks.
Aaron, other side over here. To kind of go off what you were saying earlier, on your Instagram, you posted like sometimes it's good to disconnect to kind of figure out what matters most. So I guess after your last performance, so was that something you did after all of your fights, or was that, you know, you got past your UFC debut and you felt you needed to step back for a minute?
Well, like I said earlier, that it was really hard for me after the last fight, just because it was so big and put a lot of pressure on myself. And sometimes I just need to just take a step back and enjoy every moment, because this game is not forever. And it just takes some time to think, be with my son, family, and travel. And at the end of the day, just regroup. I've been saying it, sometimes you just need to let your brain breathe. And that's what I did. But I feel strong. I feel better than ever. And one thing I'm kind of saying a lot this fight week is just enjoy every day. I'm laughing a lot. I have my team, the people that I love around me, and we're having a good time. So, yeah, I know Saturday night is stressful, but you got to enjoy it as much as you possibly can.
And how beneficial was it to do a lot of your camp in Morocco, kind of away from? I would imagine, you know, fighting close to home, you're pulled in a lot of directions, but going so far, you can kind of lock in.
Yeah, I'm very thankful for Morocco. I've said it. It's a place I like to spend a lot of time in. It's a place that I feel is home, too. And I just want to say, you know, a special thank you to His Majesty King Mohammed VI of helping me with this camp and allowing me to do my training. And we had a lot of great partners. And, you know, I had my coaches from California or from New Mexico come out, and, you know, working with Coach Roberto out in Morocco really helped me a lot. And I'm very thankful for Morocco. It's a special place. It really helped me after this last fight to just disconnect, and the people there are great. And I love it. So it was nice to be away and just focus, and I got to go do my job Saturday night and make all the partners and all the people in Morocco that helped me. And let's go get this win on Saturday night.
And I think I saw you did some work with like Armin and Hamza too in LA. What was it like training with those guys? Because we've heard stories of what they're like in camp, but like to witness it firsthand, what was it like?
Yeah, I just did a little bit with Hamza. I came from Morocco and spent 2 weeks in California before I came here, and it's always nice just to be around guys that are trying to be the best in the world and how serious they take it. And at the end of the day, everybody sees, they're tough guys, but they are the nicest and most humble, down-to-earth dudes in the world, and I'm just happy to be a part of it. And, asking. And one thing that was really cool is I asked Hamza a certain question about grappling, and he went on for 20, 30 minutes to show me certain things, and just a good dude, and Arman as well, and to see what he's doing in wrestling and how active he is, and these guys really want to be the best, and when you're around people like that, it motivates you.
Did you see there was this story that I guess Hamza had a bounty on himself to see who could submit him in camp?
I didn't see that, but it doesn't surprise me. He's crazy in that way. He loves to train, and like I said, when you get around those guys, you feel motivated. You want to be a world champion. You want to, when you're on the bike with Hamza, you want to do better than him. He wants to do better than you, and when you're around that, it just elevates your game.
And then just last one for me on Pitbull. He did an interview earlier this week, and his assessment of you was his words, stone hands, glass chin. Do you think that's an unfair assessment of yourself, just given the competition that you fought?
I mean, maybe, but he's gonna have a hard time hitting me on Saturday night. So yeah, maybe I do have a glass chin, but you're not gonna hit me, so it's all good.
Appreciate you, man.
Aaron, right over here. Carlos Condit is a guy who's kind of been around your entire career, helped mentor you as you were coming up. What advice did he have for you after your UFC debut and then coming into this fight?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first question. I didn't hear the first name you said.
Carlos Condit.
Carlos Condit. Yeah, Carlos is a great guy, and I love him. He's really he's come to my practices and given me advice, and I think there's really no advice that you can really can give other than just the skills are there and tweak a few things and get back on the horse and have fun,
So you fought Lerone Murphy in your debut, but you were originally scheduled to face Movsar Evloev. They both fought a couple weeks ago. What was your opinion on that fight?
I got to be truthful. I didn't watch the fight. I was actually watching a horse show. I was watching the Run for a Million qualifier. It's a horse reining event, so I didn't watch it. But I can't really answer that question.
How was the horse event?
It was good. It was like a 4-hour horse event that I watched on my phone. But I'm happy for Movsar. I'm happy for Lerone too. They had a big opportunity, and it was basically to fight. The winner fights for the title, and the best man won. I heard it was controversial, but I'll have to go back and watch the fight. Yeah, those are two guys that I want to fight, though. Lerone, I want a rematch, and I want Movsar. So, but I got to get through Patricio, and we'll go from there.
So you mentioned Morocco in your training there. I saw you were training with Abe Al-Sagir, Hussein Kadi Magomayev, but also a former opponent of yours, Jeremy Kennedy.
Yeah.
Kennedy's not just a former opponent of yours, but of Pitbull's as well. What was it like getting it in with someone who's been in there with Pitbull and can kind of tell you what it's like being in there with him? Yeah,
Jeremy's a great guy. I'm very thankful for him coming out. He was in Morocco, and then he was in California as well. And he has a bunch of knowledge. He's just a really good dude. And, of course, he shared some things that we worked on, what he felt against Pitbull. And it was funny because when he first came, he was doing shoulder exercises before the practice. I went up to him. I said, hey, it's good that you do shoulder exercises before you practice, because one day you may be in a fight and you throw a left hook and you throw your shoulder out. And he looked, he's like, oh, I get it. I said, yeah, because I threw my shoulder out when I fought. He was like, man, I had no idea when I had your back. I'm like, why is this guy like, is it this easy to take him down? And then he realized. But we had some good laughs and good times, and I'm thankful for him a lot.
Thank you.
Aaron, over here. Is there a specific thing that you expect from Patricio? Or this is not a new name for you. You have shared cards on Bellator. What do you expect from him on this fight?
Well, I think what I expect from Pitbull is just be patient. He's going to look to counter because if you watch my past fights, I'm coming in, I'm throwing, hard shots. But I think he's going to be very, very patient. He's going to expect a lot of things. But I have my game plan, and I'm going to stick to that. But from him, watching his fights, he's a counter puncher. He stays patient. He looks to take his time. But like I said, I have my game plan.
After your first fight, you mentioned how do you see yourself now? How do you see the division? How do you see, or how closer do you think it is for you to get to the top?
I haven't really given that much thought. I just focused on Patricio Pitbull Saturday. We get a win, and then we go from there. But that's all I can really say about that.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Kevin, over here, other side. What's up, man? I guess I feel like a lot of the narrative leading up to this fight for you is, 2-fight losing streak, get back into win column and everything. But for yourself, looking at those two, there's a big argument that you beat D-Rod, and then the last fight had that weird ending that kind of compromised you. Does this feel like, do those two losses even feel like losses, or is it just because of the kind of the circumstance around it, it's just kind of, it feels different?
No, I mean, they don't feel like losses, but at the end of the day, they are losses. So it doesn't feel like I lost a combat match, but I lost a competition. So got to get it right in competition-wise.
And I saw an interview where you said, in your words, you need to fight more pissed off in this one. So I guess what does that exactly mean when you step in there on Saturday?
Either way, pissed off or happy. It's always the same results, I have a good time. But ultimately, it's the guys called me out a few times, and it's like they always do this. They always have this code on this. Don't fight another guy like you, and then they want to fight, so I give them what they want, and I'm gonna fuck them up.
What do you mean don't fight?
Don't ask me too many details. You know what I'm talking about.
Do you take issue with people calling you out at all, or is it just like, this is just a business and we can sell this fight and make money?
It's a business. It's part of the game. These guys don't mean it. They see me in the hallways and stuff, and it's never any problem. So I've learned the long way that it's just competition.
And what do you make of Randy as an opponent? Just his skill set and kind of what he brings into the octagon.
He's pretty decent guy. We'll find out Saturday.
Appreciate you, Kevin.
Kevin, right over here. So this will be your 29th fight in the UFC. You're going on 8 years in the promotion now. What is your favorite moment in your UFC career so far?
As long as you're winning, that's a good moment.
So any one of your wins.
Yeah, every single one. Getting all those checks feels good.
So you've only been in the UFC for 8 years, but this is actually one of the longer layoffs in your career, only 6 months. How did it feel to get some time to relax and just be able to pull things back a little bit?
You know, sorry for the ladies in the room, but my nuts were happy about it.
Whatever happened to that fight in Houston against Jeff Neal?
Jeff Neal decided he wanted to go a different route, so he went a different route, and it was going to be the same results regardless. So you see how that worked out.
Thank you.
Kevin, right here. I saw in your Instagram bio that you updated that you're a gym owner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long have you been doing that for?
It's been about 5 months, 6 months, probably a little longer than that. I've been laid off for 6 months here, so
Yeah. What's that been like?
a month or two before that.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I don't do a whole lot of promotion or anything like that. Just kind of keep it smooth, keep it small, and we got some decent fighters. We got 2 guys I really, really like the way they fight, and they're pros, and got a couple amateurs, and we got some pretty cool hobbyists that come in there, and ultimately, just kind of building a family. So,
Yeah. Do you think that's kind of preparing for your life after fighting a little bit, or?
Oh, I don't plan on coaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm definitely happy to, maybe in the future own a few gyms, be able to, set some standards on how gyms should be ran. I've seen some good ones, I've seen some bad ones, and ultimately just help out the future of the MMA that's coming up. The young guys. That's just all it's about.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Kev, you said you don't want to coach, but I did see you doing some commentary in the park 2 nights ago when you saw some random guys fighting. How did that happen, and were you happy with the winner?
Yeah, it happened last night. I was definitely happy with the winner. The other guy was a bit younger, shouldn't have been picking on the older guy, and he kept spitting on the old guy. So I guess the old guy was just, calm and patient, but once he knocked over his bike, it became a good fight. And you see that dick twist down there? Yeah, it was amazing. It was a good fight.
That's a veteran move.
It was a veteran move. Didn't work, though. The guy had his Jimmy shocks on real good, so it was a good fight. All right, guys, have a good one.
Okay. I feel like when Alex vacated the belt, everyone assumed that maybe Yiri would be one half of this vacant fight, and the second half was kind of up in the air. So I guess, how far in advance did you know that you would probably be the one they called to either fight for the vacant belt or an interim belt or anything that was kind of on the line?
I think when they had the fight announced between Yuri and Ankalaev, there was the possibility of me fighting the champion between the both of them, and I guess it really depended on who as well. I mean, obviously if Peter getting that win and then him staying at light heavyweight, I think it definitely would have been me too. Ankalaev would have been 50-50 as well.
And I remember when you did a guest fighter scrum after your win in Perth. You were backstage with us talking in Vegas, and you said, nothing's really guaranteed, but I'll fight anyone to prove that I can get this title shot, whether it's for the belt or not. So did they even offer a fight that wasn't a title fight, or was it just you were the next one up and they were like, title shot now?
Nah, just straight title fight. I think that was it, yeah.
And I guess, what are you expecting from Yuri? Because from the outside looking in, he seems very unorthodox and unpredictable. But when you're breaking him down, is it unpredictable, or do you see a lot of tendencies that you can take advantage of and actually plan for?
Yeah, I definitely see a lot of holes in the game. I think there's a lot of fighters that will have holes in their game. It just I'm purely focused on kind of what I'm going to bring to the table, really. So I go in there and do what I do best.
And he has done a few interviews saying that he's aware of the critique that he starts slow and then picks it up as the fight goes on, and he's aware he needs to work on that, and he's been working on starting faster. Does that change any game plan for you, or is it strictly like, Yuri is Yuri and I'm just going to focus on myself?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do. I mean, he's a smart man. I'm sure he's gotten himself to this level for a reason, and he's not gonna just come in and off the bat throw punches, because he's seen what has happened in the past from guys doing that to me, and I work off that back foot. But then when I want to land, I'll land it.
I think it was on the countdown, your coach Eugene was like, one of the best light heavyweights in the world right here. It says, so was there a moment that you felt like you were the best light heavyweight in the world? Either there was a performance or a moment in camp and you were like, all right, I know I'm going to have this belt eventually?
Yeah, I mean, I always knew that I was going to be the best and that I was working towards being the best. I mean, this division, you throw a punch, it can land, and anyone can fall. It's a game of inches. It's a game of inches. So, I always had that belief in myself, and then now we're here. It's just about proving it to others.
Do you allow yourself to envision what it's like to have the belt around your waist, or is it you so focused on the fight in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, there's always the vision. You got to have that belief and the faith that you can get that belt and visualize it. But I mean, it's I guess the pure focus is me just going in there and getting the work done and handling business.
Good luck on Saturday, man.
Thank you.
Carlos O'Hare. When the fight came up and it was for the vacant title, did it take anything away from it? The fact that you're not fighting the champion and taking the belt from the champion, or do you see it the same?
Yeah, I would have loved to have fought the champion, definitely, because that would have etched me up to be the best. He is the man right now, and he's definitely the guy that I wanted to fight for the title.
Do you feel like a win here could lure back Alex Pereira to the division?
I think it could. I think a dominant win here could definitely lure Pereira back to the division and test himself as well.
Yeah. How important would it be for you to get that fight? And obviously not trying to get too ahead. You have a fight on Saturday, but he's obviously a big superstar and the biggest name right now, or one of the biggest names right now in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's the man at the moment, and to be the man, you got to beat the man. You got to be, if you want to be the best, you got to beat him. So he's definitely the guy that I've been keeping a close eye on and wanting that fight, because I know that'd be the fight to make happen. But again, and as you said, it is this pure focus has always been, and it's always been for me, is focusing on what's at hand and what's in front of me.
And you mentioned how you see some holes in Jiri's game. If you don't mind, what are some of the, I guess, deficiencies that you see in his MMA game?
I guess it's just it's his defense.
You think you'll need all 25 minutes to beat him?
No.
Thank you.
Carlos, right over here. So you started your UFC career out on a loss. Now you're on a 9-fight winning streak, fighting for the belt. Was there ever part of you that doubted that you'd make it to this point, or were you always of the belief that you were going to be fighting for the title one day?
Yeah, I definitely always believed it. I always knew, and that was the whole reason why I wanted to. Well, the whole purpose for me being in the UFC was, if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to be the best at it. And any sport, anything that I wanted to do was get to the very top of that mountain, and that's it. That's what I'm essentially here to do.
You had said in the past that your toughest training camp going into a fight was for the Jan Blachowicz fight. Has this title fight and fighting against Yiri now overtaken it as the toughest training camp you've had in your career?
Every camp's going to be different. Every opponent is going to be different to train for. And Yiri being Yiri, but then Jan being what he was, a very durable fighter and very experienced fighter, with his ability all around, that posed a bigger threat. But that's not to take anything away from what Yiri will bring too. So I'm going to go in there and make sure he doesn't start that fire.
I saw you had Navajo Sterling in your training camp, and you brought him to Fight Week here. What has it been like to have some of the top prospects at light heavyweight training with you? I know you had Kevin Jousset here as well. Just a lot of guys from New Zealand, Australia that have helped you along the way. What is it like having them here with you?
Yeah, big. I mean, Nav just come off a big win, and it's good to have the guys around and add their value to what this camp is, and help me prepare for becoming the world champion. So it's nice to have that and help them prepare for something greater for their careers too. And it's just the camaraderie that we have together as a team. I think that's what brings us together and makes us feel like we're at home.
Right here, Carlos. You mentioned having Alex maybe come chase you back down here. Any world in which you follow suit with maybe a recent trend and chase him up to heavyweight with a win?
Yeah, I mean, eventually, yeah, for sure. I mean, the main course is to get that title, hold it for as long as I can, and then when I've proved myself in the light heavyweight division, then I would chase that heavyweight belt.
And they're not ranked, 2, 3, 1 or anything, but Paulo Costa, Azamat Murzakanov are on this card too. If one of them makes a huge statement win, is that a possible first defense for you?
Yeah, for sure. I think I see Azamat as a very good contender. There's no hidden agenda about that. I think he's a good opponent to have and to fight for a possible title as well.
And Yiri was in here, and we asked him about the first face-off you guys had, and he said, you guys have met before, but this time he senses a new energy, like almost like an upgraded version of you. I'm wondering, what were your thoughts during this face-off?
I don't take too much on those face-offs. It's when but I guess between the night before and then that night, because from now to or the week, but between then, there's so much that goes on throughout that day, and when I'm in the room, my hotel room for the last 2-3 days, and really just getting myself into that zone, that's when the monster comes out.
Johnny right here. It's good to see you again here in Miami. So I guess, how's camp been? How's preparation been, preparing for someone of Dominick Reyes' caliber?
Camp has been amazing. I have a lot of time. They offered me this fight a long time ago, I train with the best partners, like 2 former champions. I have the Performance Institute. I live 5 minutes from the Performance Institute. A lot of recovery, a lot of good quality of everything. So I'm ready to fight the next level fighters, and became a high level too.
And we've seen in the past you've done camps all over the world, Russia, Ireland, now Vegas. So I guess what is different about this version of Johnny Walker compared to, the rise and when you broke onto the scene?
Yeah, like I'm in the first fight of my family, and nobody taught me how to fight or what path to take, And I was discovering myself. And after a lot of years of experience, I understand what I need and what it takes to be the best, And today I live in the best place. I have the best training partner, best coach, best everything. So now I can compete against the best,
And what do you see in Dominick Reyes as an opponent? Because obviously he has knockout power, he's very accurate, but he also gets knocked out quite often. So I guess what do you make of Dom?
It's not about get knocked out often. Like everybody can get knocked out. Just if you take the right punch on the right moment, there's no iron chin. There's no such a thing, It's just the timing. If you catch somebody on the right time, on the right spot, nobody have iron chin. So it's just about time and accuracy, So whatever happen, if who land first on the right spot is gonna sleep.
And I've noticed you've been doing a lot. You've been active on the internet a lot more. You've been doing your skits on social media and everything. So I guess what was the decision to kind of lean into that and kind of become more popular on the internet, especially here in America? People seem to gravitate towards you.
Yeah, I like the entertainment business, I like the attention that I have and the way that I spread the love, Like I like to give people information, and I like to do the content, I have fun because I like to take somebody to smile, I make people laugh and make people happy. That make me happy too, So I like to do some funny videos, and work on the social media, because in the world that we live today, we need, something to release the stress, and that's me.
So on the flip side, what do you make of your brother's approach to promoting himself and his grappling and everything he's saying? Because I think you said you were ashamed of his grappling that he had against Zion Clark. Was that real issues, or I guess what do you make of your brother right now?
I don't want to talk about him.
Fair enough.
Johnny, if you get a win on Saturday, you'll be on a 2-fight win streak. There's not many contenders right now on long winning streaks at the top of the division. Realistically, do you look at that and do you start thinking about the title? Do you see yourself in proximity to the title?
100%, because win streaks is not everything. Because Kalion Hatri fought when he was number 8. I've been number 5 and never have the opportunity to fight for the title shot yet. But I know my potential, and I believe 2 wins against 2 good guys or 3 can put him in a really good spot.
And speaking of the title, who do you think wins the vacant belt?
That's a really tough fight, because Ulberg is very technical, very good high-level guy, so he's very patient, he takes his time, very accurate as well. But when you're this kind of fighter, sometimes you fight good against another technical guy because you know what's coming. But Jiri have a little bit unorthodox style, You don't know what's coming because he moves a lot. So it's going to be difficult fight for both, because Jiri sometimes he let himself expose, but he moves a lot as well, so it can be difficult for Ulberg. So that's going to be a really interesting fight to watch. But I can't pick the winner there, Just the best man going to win.
Yeah, 50-50, you see it?
Yeah.
And historically, you've been very active throughout the UFC, throughout your tenure in the UFC. Last year, you only fought once. Are you looking to change that this year, and is that part of your path to title contention?
Yeah, 100%. If I have opportunity. Last year, I fought just once because I was moving continent, I used to live in Ireland. And now I'm very settled in Las Vegas. I'm living there, and I have very good training, very good everything. So now I can be more active. If God bless me and I don't get hurt, I can fight maybe 2 more times this year.
And bonuses got bumped to 100K, and if you get a finish, no matter what, you get 25K. I know you're always looking to put on, highlight reel finishes, but does that change the way you approach the fights in any way?
No, because I always looking for finish anyway. So now it's just a little bit more motivated, you know? And that's going to be very welcome, 100K, right?
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
Johnny, right over here. Dom said that you're a guy that he's been eyeing up for a bit and wanting to fight for a while. Do you feel the same way, and how is it to finally be fighting against Dom Reyes?
Yeah, of course. He's a big name, and, you know, for me, he beat John Jones. So one fight against a guy this level is going to make me very satisfied, you know? It's good. I like Goku. I'm like Goku, you know? I like to fight the best. And I'm happy when I perform against the best. So that's going to be a really satisfying fight for me.
I saw that you were training with Francis Ngannou in the lead up to this fight, and you had him at your birthday party. What has it been like to have him alongside you in the training room?
Bro, it's really, I'm really glad to have opportunity to spend time and, you know, talk and have advice from a guy that's a former champion, you know, and a guy that fought the best in the world. And there's a really good opportunity to have this, you know. And it was really nice. He gave me a lot of advice, and he's a really nice guy.
How did that friendship start? Was that you training with him at Extreme Couture?
Yeah, you know, on this sport, on this world, the fight martial arts world, you just get, how to say, you get an approval, right? Through the fighter. So the friendship started after sparring, you know, because he saw that I have, you know, when two guys locked inside the octagon, try to beat each other and see that I'm not scared and he's not scared. Like, he give me value, you know. He value me because he said, oh, this guy is good. So maybe I'll be friend of him because we win our friendship through punch. That's the real one.
So I saw you were taking some pictures with the BMF belt the other day. If they do have a title for the BMF at a higher weight class, would you want to be in that fight?
Yeah, 100%. That belt is really nice. It would fit really perfect on my waist.
Who do you think would be a perfect opponent for that fight?
For like around heavyweight or light heavyweight, I believe Alex Pereira, you know. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Johnny, I have to ask. I mean, what does a potential Johnny Walker Alex Pereira fight look like someday?
Oh, that would be awesome, right? Because he invited me to train a few times, but I never have the time or something was happening, you know. I never have the opportunity, but he invited me to train to help him in a few camps. But we never train. But if you fight, it's gonna be wild, right? The men have big knockout power, and I have too. So it's gonna be a big bang, you know, a clash of titans, and be really fun to watch too.
And somebody you've been working with in the gym, Sean Strickland, has a big fight coming up in about a month here. If you come out of this one all healthy, do you go back and help him train for his fight?
Yeah, that's the plan, because I have to help him and have to help Francis as well, you know. So I have to come back to the gym and keep helping him, because we're teammates, you know, and we do this for each other. He helped me a lot, so I have to come back and help him too.
Now, what does that look like, helping Sean prepare for Khamzat? Is that you just putting wrestling headgear on and going for legs all day, or what does that look like?
Everything with an MMA, you know, but I'm probably going to shoot him as much as I can until I can't shoot anymore. Thank you.
What?
before we start, please don't ask me about Josh Hokit. I don't give a shit about his wrestling. He ain't wrestled nobody. I don't want to hear about what are you going to do when he shoots his head outside single leg. I'm going to sprawl. I'm going to sprawl and hit him in the face.
Well, Curtis over here. Not going to ask you about Josh's wrestling at all, but I have to ask you, have you run into him at all in the hotel?
No. And I'm be honest, I don't want to. He just wants the clips like I seen the one he did with Jiri. He just wants people to see like, oh, look, he's talking shit to Jiri. This Jiri is a professional. He's not going to beat the shit out of you in the hotel lobby. Neither will I, because we're going to do it this weekend. So engage with him right now or any day besides this weekend, waste of time.
Have you seen the shirt that he's selling?
Yes, I've seen the shirt he's selling. I think, oh goodness, he is a piece of work.
It almost seems like we posted a clip of him from his, I'm going to use quote, media day. He didn't really get any questions here. And all the comments were gifs of you. So it seems like the fans are like fully behind you because it seems like they're not buying what he's selling.
He wants to be, he's doing Colby Covington, but even, I'll give it to Colby. He was actually good. He was actually a really good wrestler. He got better with the hands. He's actually good. So I don't agree with him acting like that either, but at least with him, he has something to stand on. Hokit is just, he knows he's not going to be able to get paid off of his actual skill in the octagon. He's like, okay, I'm going to be personality. I'm going to just be the guy who, when you interview him, I say random shit. And I guess if you want to be in that niche, that's your niche, but it's not my thing. I'm not going to engage in it.
Is he more annoying than Justin Willis?
Way more annoying. But at least Willis, he only did it like the week of the fight. Yeah. People have been sending me memes and all this stuff he's been doing for weeks now. Like, he's really, really, like, he wants to be this guy, this personality guy. And I think he's doing that because he knows he's not going to win. And he's like, how do I maintain a place in the UFC? I'll be that guy. I'll be the guy, the funny guy.
And after his last win at the post-fight press conference, someone asked Dana about it, and Dana didn't seem happy with this character too. And then they announced your fight, and all the commentary or the fans were like, "Oh, it's punishment. Now we have to go fight Curtis Blaydes."
I'm viewing it either the UFC really likes him or they really don't like him. And I'm gonna lean towards the latter. I don't think they like him very much.
And I guess outside of what he's doing, what do you actually make of the skill set he brings and what you're going to have to face?
He's a smaller version of Almeida.
Sure.
That's how I view him. He wants to grapple. He doesn't really want to be on the feet at all. He doesn't believe in his hands, and he's a small heavyweight. It's hard to be a small heavyweight when you don't have any hands.
It seems like this is like you fought Jailton here in Miami. I remember you fought Dawkins and Kuniev and everything. Do you feel like you're the one that the UFC wants to test these guys coming? Because you kind of present a lot of issues for a lot of people. They could see where they stand out.
No, yeah, I get that. I know, I'm almost, I don't want to say I'm a gatekeeper, but if I am, I'm good at it. I know you're not going to beat me unless you're legit, and I don't think Hokit's legit.
Sure. And then just last one for me, just given all the eyes that he's bringing and now the fan support you have, a big win over him, I'm sure the fans are going to want to see you fight like a big marquee name. So I guess, do you feel, is that what you see this too? Like outside of the title that's happening in the White House and then Tom coming back, you probably get a big name after Josh, right?
I'm hoping to get the winner of Waldo and Volkov. That's what I'm hoping.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Is your opponent just kind of slightly annoying, or do you actually dislike him?
Right now, just slightly annoying, but I'm sure after tomorrow when we do the presser, I'm not gonna like him very much.
Are you almost dreading the presser because he's gonna?
The UFC can just take away my microphone. I'm not going to respond. I'm not going to. That's what he wants. He wants the views. He wants to get that the viral, like the McGregor. Who the fuck is that? He wants that. I'm not going to give you what you want. So I'm not going to get. I'm going to be dry, very very dry.
When he called you out after his last fight, people kind of saw the call as a little bit crazy because he's not even in the rankings. He's fairly new to the UFC, and you're a top contender in a top 5. When you heard of the call out, did you take it seriously?
Not originally. I was like, "There's no way." But then I got the call, and I didn't have to take this, but it was either I take this or I wait until June, July, August. I didn't want to wait that long. I'm looking to buy a house. I'm looking to have a baby this year. I'll take the money.
And we talk about the title picture. Obviously, an interim belt is been placed. Pereira versus Gan. Who do you think wins that fight?
I'm going to go Alex. I know Gan is a heavyweight, and we haven't seen Alex at heavyweight yet, but I feel like he hits like one. I feel like he brings the pressure like a heavyweight. Like he doesn't go backwards, and that's what Gan likes to do. So I think eventually Alex will be able to square him up along the cage and get him with a heavy hook or a straight right.
And you said that the promotion might see you. You don't know, maybe as a gatekeeper, but how do you see yourself? Do you feel like you're still a player and a title contender in this heavyweight division?
Yes. I know after this one I'm not going to get a title shot, but I know I win this one and I get someone ranked above me. I beat them. Why wouldn't I be in contention to get a title shot?
Yeah. And lastly, you mentioned you wanted the winner of Volkov and Waldo. Waldo's been calling you out for some time. What have you made of his rise, and the fact that he's been calling you out for quite some time?
I thought it was going to be me versus him, seeing as he has Hispanic heritage and Miami's a lot of Hispanics. I thought that would have been perfect, but I don't know how he gets to jump over me and go to Volkov. I have a win over Volkov. I know it was years ago, but I have a win over him. And who has Waldo beat? I know he beat Derek Lewis, but we can all agree that wasn't a motivated Derek Lewis. The Derek Lewis I went against was motivated. That guy, I don't know who that guy was.
And Curtis right here. We haven't seen you since June, so it's been about 10 months. I know you had that injury. What has the last year been like for you, and I guess how difficult was it to rehab that issue?
The rehab was smooth. It was smoother than I was expecting. I had a lot of anxiety because I've never had a surgery or had to rehab from one. So I was very anxious, but it went perfect. Like all the updates, all the rehab, everything went great. I've been sparring since Halloween, and my knees, they feel great. I know this is very cliche, but they feel the best they've ever had. Like I've been having issues with my knees going back to Alistair when he got me in that ankle lock and he twisted it at the end of the first round. I heard it in that fight, the pop 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 pop, and I just rehabbed it on my own. But I've had issues ever since that fight, and that was like 8 years ago.
Thanks.
You said that you want the winner, Waldo and Volkov. How do you think you versus Waldo would actually go if Waldo were to win, just being that he's the one actually calling you out?
I take him down a bunch of times. He gets tired, and then I drop elbows, and I win.
And then, obviously, vacant title up for grabs in your division. Do you think we ever see Tom Aspinall again? Do you think he still has a place in the heavyweight division?
I think he has a place as long as he's healthy, but the health that's the question, and I don't know. Like we talk sometimes, occasionally. I don't want to be all up in his business. I haven't asked him like, "How are your eyes?" But I hope he comes back. You hate to see a great athlete lose their position because of injury. So I'm rooting. I hope the eye rehab is going well, and hopefully does he have a timeline? Is he supposed to be back this year? Or?
I don't think we even have an official timeline yet.
Yeah. So right now it's just a lot of speculation, but I'm hoping for him.
Curtis right here. So you started streaming a lot on Twitch, playing games, giving breakdowns, bringing on guest fighters. What gave you the motivation to start doing that?
Really, my daughter, my family. I know I want to have other avenues for for income. I want to be able to give her, and we're hoping to have another one this year. I'm hoping to give them the life that they deserve, and I know relying just on the money I make in the cages is not enough. I have to grow this. So, and people have been asking me for years, like, you should get into this, you should get into this, and I was always hesitant, but I just decided to take the dive this year. I don't know why. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it, and I bought all the camera, the microphone, all the stuff. I got it set up, and I didn't believe anyone would want to watch me because I'm not the most animated, but I was wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong.
What's been your favorite thing to do on stream?
Playing Arc Raiders. I really, really enjoy that game. I wish I had it, but I'm scared to bring my PlayStation, so I don't have it this week.
So you trained with Dom Reyes in this camp. What was it like being back-to-back on the card with him and now what was it like training with him and now being back-to-back on the card with him?
It's dope. We've always talked about it. Like, I like to be on a card with all my buddies. I've been on one with Neil. I've been on one with Drew. I've been on one with my buddy Austin. He's no longer in the UFC, but I think the only guys I haven't are Sandhagen and Gaethje and Dom. So I get to get that off my bucket list, and I feel like it's almost meant to be. I've known him now for 11 years, and we've always discussed it, and it just feels like the perfect time. Like, he's on a high rise. I'm bouncing back after this injury. It feels like a movie almost.
So you brought up Corey Sandhagen there. You and him are starting to develop one of the more wholesome relationships in the UFC. Even though training might be a little tough with the size difference, like, how much does he help you evolve as a fighter, and just what is it like having him around?
Oh, I watch him all the time. I watch him hitting pads. I watch him spar. I stole shake steps off of him. I watching him just doing it constantly and seeing all the advantages he gets from switching stances. I got the idea off of him. So just things like that, just being able to glean information. And he's very smart, especially with MMA, how he breaks it down. And we've had a few discussions on, like, stance switching and what punches to throw. I really enjoyed talking to him, not just about MMA, but talking to him about everything. But yeah, it definitely helps having a mind like his.
Curtis, one more right here. I know you labeled yourself, well, not labeled yourself, but you said you sometimes feel like maybe a gatekeeper has been put on you. There's obviously another heavyweight prospect out there that might be joining the UFC, and Gable Steveson. How do you think he's going to do in the UFC and a potential fight against him?
I think he's a lot better grappler than Hokit, but he doesn't have the reach, so I feel like that's going to be an issue. It hasn't been an issue yet, but I feel like you give him a longer guy who knows how to sprawl, that could be a problem. So I'd like to see him have to figure that out before he gets in the UFC. I don't want him to be overly rushed and then get exposed in the UFC.
He says that it might be imminent, an announcement of him joining. There's no timetable, but apparently he might be in town this week meeting with people.
Well, shit. Well, then I guess that means he believes he's ready. So who knows better than he does? If he believes it, then all power to him.
Just one last question real quick. If you had to say one nice thing about Josh, what would it be?
He has a nice beard.
Okay.
I'll give him that.
Thank you.
All right.
Dom right here. What's up, man? You know, you're known to be one of the more analytical fighters, like when you're breaking down your opponents and everything, especially when you can see openings and stuff. For us on the outside looking in, Johnny appears to be a very unpredictable, unorthodox fighter. But for yourself, when you're actually breaking down Johnny Walker, is he that unpredictable, or do you see a lot of tendencies and holes that you can take advantage of?
Yes and no, right? It's fighting. He is unpredictable, yes, very unpredictable, but he's also structured. It's structured chaos. And now he's working in Vegas with Nixick. I believe they're even trying to bring more structure to his chaos. But either way, I'm ready for complete wild madness. I had guys just coming at me. I don't even know what they were doing, but they were doing it. And then I had guys that were completely structured coming at me. So I'm ready for everything. I mean, my preparation for this fight was just be ready for anything.
And going off of that, are you at a point in your career, like obviously you want to prep for your opponents, but you've, like you said, you've seen essentially every style of fighting in there. At what point do you just focus solely on yourself and then whatever comes, comes?
At this point. I've reached that point. Because, I mean, yeah, last fight was a little over game planned. And this fight is just, hey, man, have fun. You're the better fighter. And whatever comes, handle it. Just be ready for everything.
What do you mean over game plans?
Yeah, I was like, okay, he's going to do this. He's going to do this. It's going to come. This is going to happen. He's not good here, this, that. And I was trying to force those positions. And yeah, I try to force that angle instead of just fighting him.
And Johnny was just in here maybe a bit ago, and he said that, you know, the two of you seem to have essentially kind of been circling each other for a bit. You kind of broke onto the scene at the same time. Do you feel the same way? And I guess how's it feel to finally get to stand opposite of Johnny Walker?
I completely agree with that assessment. We've both been in the UFC pretty much the same time. I'd be coming up, and we'd be right there, and then he would fall down. Or he'd be coming up, and we'd be right there, and then I'd fall down. So it's been circling each other for sure, and I've actually been looking forward to fighting him for like 6 or 7 years now, and now it's finally happening, and I mean, everything happens as it should, when it should, and here we are.
He's done a lot of sparring with Francis Ngannou. You've trained with Curtis Blaydes, I think, for this camp, so I guess how's it been with Curtis preparing? Curtis
is the man, bro. He's gigantic. It's been a huge help because he has like an 84-inch reach like Johnny, so yeah, it's been good, and then when you spar with a guy like Curtis, as he's been sparring with Francis, it's extremely dangerous, right? So you really got to be on your P's and Q's. So we're both, I think, bringing the same kind of mindset. Like, okay, we better be on our shit because we're fighting guys that if they touch us, it's gonna hurt, you know. So yeah, it's been a really fun camp. Yeah.
Just last one for me. I was seeing a bunch of your interviews yesterday at the partner broadcast, and it seems like everyone wants to ask you about fights that aren't yours or fighters that you.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Dude.
So like, has this been a weird build-up this week that everyone is essentially asking you about people not named Johnny Walker?
I mean, they're just preparing me to be an analyst, I guess. You know, like shoot, talk about everybody but your own fight and yourself. All right, see how I do. If I do good, maybe I'll get an analyst job. So it's just an audition, I guess. Thank you.
Hey, Dom, over here. I'm just curious. Was this you mentioned the loss that you had in your last fight? Did you feel like it was the best that you've processed a loss? Like, it seems like to us on the outside that you're in a really good headspace. You went on that great resurgence, but like almost knowing that you've dug yourself out of deeper holes. Like, I don't know. Is it just easier to process at this point?
It's easier to process because after that fight, I mean, it's never easy to process, don't get me wrong. Losing sucks, and I don't want to lose ever. But it's part of life. Not just part of fighting, it's part of life. And it's how you react to that loss, how you react to falling down that defines you. And then I had way better things happen in my life. Like I had my son in December, so it was like, it's just one fight, one instance. Obviously, I was pissed because I didn't actually get to fight him. Like, I was like, oh, fight over. Shit, you know? But it's still, I don't know, man. It's big, but there's still light on the next day. You know, I'm still here. I'm still fighting. It's not over for me. You know, like a lot of people like to think you lose and you're over. You got to leave the UFC. You know, it's over. Like, no, dude. Like, I still feel great. I'm young in my fighting years, right? I haven't had a whole lot of fights. You know, I still have a lot of miles left on me, and I love to fight. I love to do this. I love to entertain. I love to test myself. And it's a journey of self. So I'm just learning more about myself every time I fight, and I'm learning more about who I am. And now I have a son, so doing the hard things is super easy, right? Going to practice and getting shark tanked and having fools doing helicopter spin kicks at me, it's nothing now, because it's like that's what I consider dad strength. It's that mental fortitude. Like, I got to feed my family. You know, it's no big thing.
Yeah, was that your first child? Your son?
Yes.
Yeah, congrats, man.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
Just a couple ones. Seeing Carlos Ulberg in the main event and knowing that was your last opponent, have you thought about how really close you were to getting a title shot? I mean, you could make the argument that if you would have won the fight, you would have been in the main event of this card. Like, have you thought about the strides that you made in that 3-fight run?
It's an obvious. I would have been the main event. It's not maybe I would have been the main event. But it is what it is, man. Like, that's life. Shit happens. Got to keep rolling. What am I gonna do? Oh, poor me, I lost. Like, nah, man. Go fight, beat up Johnny. Have some fun. I love to fight, bro. So I get the opportunity to fight in Miami, which, by the way, I love this city. I love fighting here. Freaking nothing but great memories. And then just keep on the journey. Keep on the journey. I win this fight. I'm still 4 or 5. You know, we're still going. I'm still top 10. I'm still doing my thing. Get a couple more wins, and I'm up. You know, just timing is timing, and it all happens as it should. Jiri and Carlos are both exceptional fighters, and they're good dudes. So, you know, good for them. You know, it's his time or Jiri's time or whatever. But I don't dwell on things like that. It is what it is.
Keeping in mind how close you were, a win here, where would it put you exactly, and how far do you think you would be from getting that title shot?
I don't know, right? Like, I only know what I know, and right now I know Johnny's in front of me, and he's a hell of an opponent. He's extremely formidable. I mean, he's very big, very strong, very fast, improving his game as well as I am. So that's a pretty tall ask in itself, and that's what I'm focusing on. Afterwards, we could talk about whatever. You could come backstage, and we'll have this conversation again, and I'll tell you, you know, I think this guy, and then we'll do our thing.
And lastly, could we get a prediction for the main event?
I don't have a prediction.
Thank you.
Dom, right over here. Over here.
Oh, there you go.
So you said that Glover Teixeira had told you in the past not to worry about the outcome as much, and that it kind of resonated with you. Have you had any other advice lately that's really gotten to you and something that you think about on an almost day-to-day basis?
I mean, me and my team were talking. I was talking with Jordan Gush, my trainer, and we're just talking about, you know, how words have a lot of power. You know, aura can be measured now. We know aura is real, and it can be measured. If you're positive and thinking positive, you're emitting an aura that's actually real, that can be measured. So you need to stay on those high frequencies. You know, don't let yourself fall into the trap of speaking bad about yourself or feeling a certain type of way and saying it, because words actually do have power, and we need to stay in the realm where we belong, which is high frequencies.
So you mentioned how Johnny's been training at Extreme Couture lately, getting a little bit more refined with his game. Are you expecting a more refined Johnny Walker, or are you expecting him to kind of come out guns blazing, trying to take your head off?
Probably a little bit of both. I'm ready for anything. That's like the whole key to all this for me is like, don't over game plan. You know, just I'm a hell of a fighter. Be the better fighter. And like I said, I prepared for everything for this fight. I prepared for chaos. I prepared for structure. I prepared for maybe a guy who doesn't want to fight and wants to just be on the outside. You know, I prepared for that. I prepared for a guy who might just come out and just shoot like he did last fight. You know, so I'm prepared for everything. And honestly, if he wants to grapple and wrestle, I really, that would be nice, because I'm really good at grappling, and I never get to show it. So maybe I'll get to show it off this time.
So you had your son in December. I know it's kind of a thing of like fighters kind of show out right after they have a kid. What has been the first few months of being a dad like, and also just do you have any extra motivation or extra oomph in you this camp, you feel, or has it been mostly the same?
Oh, it's amazing, man. The camp's been awesome. I mean, I wake up, I see his face, he's all smiling and happy to see me. And then I go and do all the hard work, and that's easy because I'm feeding him and taking care of my family. And I get home, and then he's smiling again. So it's like, boom, recharge. So it's been amazing. Even early on when he was cluster feeding and it was a little crazy, that you know, it's all part of the process, and it feels good. I do feel like I have extra oomph, but I also feel like I'm more sure of exactly who I am.
Thank you.
Hey, Dominic, you fought Yiri before.
Yes.
What is his biggest strength and what is his biggest weakness in a fight game?
No comment.
Okay.
That's it. All right.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Dom's back here to receive his 50-time perfect test history jacket. Before we do that, I want to make a quick introduction to the other individual I have up on stage with me here today. This is George Piro. George runs an entity called Combat Sports Anti-Doping, or CSAD, and he and they are the UFC's independent third-party administrator of the program. So all final decisions, whether it's who's going to be tested, when they're tested, how often, certainly when sanctions come down the pipe, that's all George is doing. And in the two plus years he's been running our program, we couldn't be happier. One of the beauties of the program is you don't have to take my word for it. We are a very unique program in that we're fully transparent about what we're doing. So you can go online and check George's decision-making out for yourself. You can see who he's choosing to test, how often. When sanctions come down, you can see very well-reasoned sanctioning decisions. And so no one more appropriate to be up with us here today on stage than George. Back to Dom. What does it take to get up here? It takes a couple things. Number one, it takes success and staying power. You've got to be a good fighter. And certainly you're looking at one here. I read an article that an interview you did this week talking about razor paper-thin margins in this sport. And certainly you came within a whisker of winning that title. And when that happens, you know, when you're taking a look at performance-enhancing drugs, the temptation that these fighters face is immense. All it takes is that little bit of an advantage that can put you over the line to a title or to success. Dom's been in the program for, I think, 9 or 10 years now. So, you know, I don't know, 3,500 consecutive days where he's been responsible, reporting where he's going to be tested. And then certainly he makes daily conscious decisions that lead him to that success. Careful about everything he puts into his body and on his body, and has been perfect throughout his history here. So Dom, it's our pleasure to present you with your 50-time perfect test history jacket in a program known as Clean Athletes Fueled by Thorn. Congratulations. All right, hello again. Our second recipient today of our 50-time Perfect Test History jacket, Randy Rude Boy Brown, in a program known as Clean Athletes Fueled by Thorn. As I said earlier with Dom, in Randy's case, he's been in the UFC since early 2016, so he's approaching 4,000 consecutive days under this program, and he's done it to perfection. Never had a single issue, and that involves, again, daily conscious decisions that he's making to stay compliant. And we feel it's truly extraordinary and worthy of recognition like this. Randy, I remember you actually participated in a little roundtable forum we had when we left USADA, inquiring with our athletes, hey, what do you want to see from our program? What improvements can be made? And I specifically remember you talking about the technology you guys were using. You wanted something to look and feel like a mobile app. And so we made those changes. Thank you again for that input. That's really important to us. So on behalf of Thorn Nutrition, George Piro and CSAD, our pleasure to present you with your 50-time Perfect Test History jacket. Congratulations and thanks for everything you do, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
That's good. Good.
Keep this on or should I take it off?
Yeah. It's your jacket now, man. Oh, Randy, over here, other side. Over here. Now, before we get into your fight, I guess we could talk about the jacket you just got. It's I guess what's it mean to get like you said, like 4,000 something straight days of proving you're a clean athlete?
It means a lot. It means a lot. You know, I take pride in being a professional, you know, through and through, and showing up and doing the things that are required of me as a professional athlete at this caliber. And it feels good to get some recognition knowing that, you know, every day I show up and I'm a clean athlete and I just follow the rules. That's it. I'm not trying to cheat and get one over on nobody. So that's good.
He mentioned up there, I think 2006, 2017, you joined the promotion.
Yeah.
I remember when that happened, and now it's a decade later. So do you feel like a veteran at this point in the UFC, or do you still feel like, kind of the young guy that's trying to prove himself?
100%. I feel a little bit of both. A little bit of both. You know, certain things in some aspects you feel like, you got it figured out and you kind of just, I don't want to say go through the motions of fight week, but you just know what to expect and you know how to get things done and do what you need. More efficiency, as a veteran. But at the same time, as far as fighting, we're still moving and grooving and moving through the ranks and, doing what we need to do to evolve and beat the guys that we need to beat.
Yeah, and I asked Dom this because you guys have been fighting. You've essentially fought every style of fighter in there in the UFC. So, at what point do you stop preparing for specific opponents and just kind of focus on yourself, considering you've seen so many different styles in there?
Well, you never really stop preparing for specific people. You always do. But the main evolution happens in between the fights, right? What are you doing in between? Are you just chilling after, or you going and you're putting in the work and you consistently staying around the gym and staying around the guys who are preparing for their bouts and helping them out and evolving with them? That's the time you evolve, not when you're preparing for a specific style. So you still do both.
And looking at Saturday, Kevin's obviously been just around the UFC just as long as you, and I know he was at middleweight for a while, but since he dropped to welterweight, I feel like you guys have kind of been circling each other a bit in the standings of the welterweight. So I guess, have you felt the same way? And I guess, what are you expecting from Kevin?
Same old Kevin. That's what I'm really expecting. Everyone's been mentioning us fighting for years. You know what I mean? That's just been something that's been floating around. I know he was in here earlier. I know he was saying that I called him out, but I called him out back in 23, officially. But, me and him even had a conversation about it. But, he said, no, it's not something he was interested in. He wanted to fight the older guys, which is cool. He's very transparent like that. You know what I mean? So I was good with that. We were cool. So I haven't called him out since. Yeah. But now he's, I guess he feels some type of way about that. He needs something to get him up. You know what I mean? So I'm good with that.
He also had mentioned in an earlier interview earlier this week that he needs to fight, quote, pissed off compared to his last few fights. So does that narrative kind of go of what you just said, like he needs something to keep him like motivated to fight you?
I guess he needs some kind of motivation. I never needed motivation. I don't care who it is. We're cordial. You're not my friend. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck. So we can fight today, we fight tomorrow, whenever we're going to fight. I can smile and break your face with a smile on my face. You know what I mean? So for me, it's never really a bad thing. Like, oh, I got some kind of beef with dude. I don't got no beef with him. But I don't really care. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not here for friends. This is gladiator school. We don't come here for friends. He's mad I'm not trying to be his friend. I don't give a fuck. I'm not your friend.
And last one for me, Kevin, like he, again, earlier this week he did one where like you could argue he's on a 4-fight win streak just kind of based off of the fight against Dom. Dom he thought could have gone either way, and then the fight against Mike had like that weird low blow that kind of took him out of the fight. Mm-hmm. Can you take anything out of those fights from breaking down Kevin, considering like he thinks that, like I said, this could be a 4-fight win streak coming into this instead of a 2-fight losing streak?
I don't really look too much into it. You know what I mean? The result is the result. You know, what can I take away is I'm looking for tendencies and technicalities in a fight. I don't give a fuck if it was a nut shot and that kind of stuff. I'm not looking at those kind of things, man. I'm focused on patterns and things that he has a tendency to do and things that I can capitalize on. You know, him as a person or what he's doing in the cage, his reaction to nut shots and shit, or what he thinks may have been a 4-fight, which it doesn't really matter. We're here today and we're going to fight, so that's really it.
Randy, over here to your left. Yeah, you mentioned this is like the gladiator business, and you're not here to make friends. I'm assuming he's probably going to be chattering at you in the cage too. Do you engage in that? Do you like that sort of back and forth while you're in there, or do you just have to kind of block it out?
I don't know. We'll see when we get in there, but I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, whether we're talking or we're not talking, we're fighting. You know what I mean? There's nothing that's going to stop me in a moment, or like, I'm resolved from the beginning, man. I'm going to do what I need to do. I'm going to execute, and that's all I really care about. You know, I don't really care about what he has to say or what I'm going to say. We'll see what happens in the fight. That's it, you know.
What are you kind of expecting out of him? Because he's had kind of weird up and down performances throughout his career. Sometimes he's looked great. Sometimes his fights have been wild, and sometimes he's got hurt. Sometimes there's been weird things like Jose mentioned with the low blow. So I guess kind of what kind of fighter are you expecting to get in there against when you guys square off Saturday?
He's an opportunistic animal, and I'm going to be, try to give him as little opportunity as possible. You know what I mean? So that's really it. Anything he comes with, I'm prepared for. But what can I expect? You can't really go in thinking one thing with Kevin because you just don't know. You know, it could be grappling, it could be striking, it could be anything. So we'll just have to see.
Thanks.
Randy, right here. You guys are both in similar spot in the division, I would say. What do you think a win does for your stock after this?
I couldn't tell you. That's up to the company, you know what I mean? But it depends. I think I could tell you what a finish could do. I could tell you what, a big win will do. It'll definitely move me forward in a good way. And that's all I'm ever looking to do is move forward.
Were you at Marquez at all for this camp?
For this camp in the beginning. In the beginning a little bit, I was up there with Joe, helping him get ready early on. And then we brought in Phil Rowe to New York. He was a guy that's similar to Kevin, very well-rounded dude. So I figured he was a really big help. So once he came down, we just kept him in New York for a little bit, and then last week came up to Orlando to train with him. But speaking of Phil Rowe, that dude is actually pretty good, man. I don't think he fights to his ability all the time in the octagon, and I hope they keep him around. I think they should keep that guy around because he's a good dude, and he's been doing really good in the gym and stuff. So hopefully we see him back.
Well, along with Phil Rowe, you mentioned Pfeiffer, and that's why I brought up Marquez, big win over Izzy. What were your thoughts on that? I assume you played a little Izzy copycat in training camp.
Yeah, for a little bit. There's only one Izzy. There's only one Izzy. You know what I mean? He's a legend, and someone I've looked up to for a while. Just from kickboxing or for a long time. So. Yeah, I helped out as much as I could. You know what I mean? Those are my guys over there. A ton of respect for Izzy too. But tried my best to be, give him that look as much as I could.
And then do you go over there after a big win if all healthy to help Brady prepare for Buckley?
Buckley? Bro, look at me. I'm not helping him fight Buckley. Buckley's like 5'9".
Fair enough. Fair enough. You did say with a finish, you expect a big bump. You know what happens there.
Yeah.
Any specific names of interest that you haven't fought yet?
No, I'm focused on Kevin at the moment.
So you talked about having Phil Rowe in your camp. Did you have him talk to you during the rounds to kind of prepare for that mid-fight banter that Kevin brings?
Yeah, we did. We did. You know, he did a good job. You know, he played a good Kevin Holland.
So you celebrated your 10-year anniversary with the UFC earlier this year. Just what is it like to reach such a milestone that a lot of people don't get to reach in the UFC?
It just speaks to consistency. That's it, you know, and not only consistency in, you know, in the performances, but just consistency in the gym, consistency in a lifestyle, you know. And you know, I'm big on just speaking about resolve this and resolve that, but yeah, just being resolved and knowing that this is the life I chose, this is the path I chose, and I'm gonna give it 100% until the very end, and that's just it. You know, that's what I can credit that to, my longevity. You know what I mean? Not only my skill set, but also just continuously working and showing up day in, day out. Not just showing up with purpose and showing up, you know, with intention and trying to grow and be better version every day.
So you started the Randy Brown Foundation. You talked a little bit about it before your last fight. The idea of it was to help inner city youth start to train MMA.
Yep.
But you also donated a bit for the hurricane, was it, over in Jamaica?
Yep.
And
yep.
UFC matched and everything.
Right.
What went into the idea of not just doing that, but also just starting it in general and wanting to give back to Jamaica?
It's not only Jamaica. We do stuff here, you know, in the U.S. as well. Reason being starting in Jamaica is a lot of y'all don't know. A lot of people don't know. It's like the way I grew up. I grew up in Jamaica since I was a toddler, all the way up until I was about 16, 17 years old. I came to America. And, you know, the way I grew up, it wasn't ideal. You know what I mean? Everybody knows my father's been incarcerated for all my life. You know, my mother was deported, so that's why I had to go down there. And, you know, the life that I lived, once you get deported, you don't have anything. So the life that I lived in, the places I lived in a place called Techford. There's a lot of captured land. And I just saw what it was like, my experience. And being here, doing what I'm doing today, I know I shouldn't be here based on my story. And I want to give other kids like me an opportunity. That's it, because that's all I ever wanted. And somebody believed in me and someone gave me an opportunity, and here I am today. So I'm just paying it forward. That's it, you know. So the Randy Brown Foundation is basically just that. It's MMA. I just opened a gym in Jamaica as well. And free for kids to train, depends, you know, on their school, if they're doing good in school or where they come from, you know, they're able to train for free, you know, and learn mixed martial arts and just give them another path other than, you know, other than the other things that they're heavily influenced by.
Well, I'm happy you're here. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I have just a couple questions right here about the division. It seems there's a debate right now as to who should get the next title shot, and it's between Michael Morales and Ian Gary. What do you think?
Are you Ian McCall?
No, I am not.
Bro.
I do get that.
I'm lying, though? It's not. No, you look just like Ian McCall, bro. Especially with the stash. For a second, I was trying to figure that out.
No, I'm not him. So I was asking you about the title picture. Who do you think should get the next shot?
If Brady wins, Brady should get it. Obviously, I'm biased, but Brady should get it.
Okay.
I mean, he's what he's done in the division, and you know where he's at. I think a big win right here. Guy's not sitting around. Guy's active. Fought someone behind him last time. I think Sean Brady should get it. With the big win over Buckley, he should get it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. It's the stash, bro.
Yeah, no, I've gotten that before.
Oh gosh. Hello everyone.
Drink his coffee first. Oh, Paulo, right here. Another preparing to fight another Russian. So I guess but now at a different weight class. How's fight camp been? Not having to cut that extra weight, and then preparing for a guy like Azamat, who's been on this very impressive run.
Yeah, another Russian. I'm happy with that. I like to fight Russians. They are tough, as a Brazilian. And I think he's my karma. This is gonna be the second, and I'm gonna beat him. And I hope the third gonna be a Russia again. Let's see, or the other guy, I don't know. But my camp was good. I had no problem, no injuries. I thank God a lot. God bless me to be here with no injuries, feeling good, and training camp happened on a very good way. Fine, no problems, no issues.
Was it good to not have to worry about cutting weight and being able to focus on preparation and training, and not always having to think about your diet and losing weight?
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, because I was talking to Chiesa right now, and I told him the fact to not think about, don't even need to think about your next meal is something different. Like even mentally is less stressful, and you can enjoy the life more. But I don't regret of my sacrifice to fight, to fight at middleweight as well. And I'm a fighter. I'm prepared for this, to do sacrifice to achieve my goals. And if I need to do sacrifice to make 185, I can do, and I gonna do. If I have some goal to achieve, I'm gonna follow and chase, and I gonna achieve then. So that's the high performer athletes mentality, mindset is based on, So, yeah.
Would it take someone like Khamzat or rematches with Strickland and Izzy to get you to go back to middleweight?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I have no problem. I'm not fighting at 205 because I cannot make 185. No, it's not the case. I planned that, and I just saw a good opportunity to fight at light heavyweight, and I said, why not? I can fight on both divisions, both weight class at the same time, and be a contender at both of them. So why not? So, yeah, the answer is yes.
I don't know if you saw, but Azamat did an interview earlier this month, and he said that Brazilians are messaging him that they want him to beat you up, and he's confused why the Brazilians are siding with him. And then he posted, if he gets 100,000 followers, he'll come out with the Brazilian flag, and now he has 150,000 followers, so he might come out with the Brazilian flag. So I guess what's your response to all that?
No, this is funny. Even I can follow him because he just have a couple of followers. He needed that. Yeah, and I think he's smart. He got. I'm popular. I'm famous in Brazil, and he tried to capitalize and get some followers, and he did very well. So now he gonna bring the. I think he should bring the Brazil. I think the people should request him to bring the Brazilian flag. It's going to be funny.
And what did you make of Israel's fight against Joe Pyfer? I think it surprised a lot of people.
Yeah. You feel surprised? Why?
I don't know. I just felt like Izzy was looking really good until Joe Pyfer caught him at the
end. I agree.
I think just surprised a lot of people.
I think Joe Pyfer has a good potential. He's a very good fighter. Adesanya as well. I watch the fight. I watch Adesanya. I think Adesanya was doing pretty well until fall down. He has no grappling, no jiu-jitsu, no nothing, right? So when the thing's going down, yeah, it's not good for him.
Then just last one for me. Have you looked at the main event between Yuri and Carlos Ulberg? Because this is your division for at least this weekend. And a win over Azamat, you're probably within another fight, another big win for fighting for that light heavyweight title.
Yeah, I think the winner of this fight can be a very good spot. Can be the next title shot contender. Yeah, I'm going to watch this fight closely. Yeah, I think this is a good fight as well.
What would a fight poster look like with you and Carlos Ulberg on there? Because many people say, you yourself say you're one of the more handsome fighters in the UFC, and then obviously Carlos Ulberg is Carlos Ulberg. What would that poster look like?
ELF. Oh yeah, this would be a nice fight, right? Because you're gonna compete on two different categories, MMA and the Most Beautiful.
Paulo, do you feel like light heavyweight is almost an easier weight class than middleweight? How do you size up the level?
It's difficult to make that comparison. I don't know. Respond that. Yeah, I think both divisions are cool, but right now the middleweight is a little bit low. I don't. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think these guys right now in the top 5, top 10 is all boring. They don't bring the attentions, many views. So I think they are not good, not doing good.
And just to clarify, you intend to compete at 205 unless there's a big fight or an attractive fight at 185?
Barely hear it.
Do you intend to compete at 205 unless there is a big fight at 185? Is that what you plan on doing?
A ideia é continuar em meio pesado, a menos que exista uma luta importante nos médios, daí você volta?
Eu posso lutar em ambas categorias. Eu posso bater o peso em ambas. E eu tô aqui para fazer lutas empolgantes.
I can fight in both of them. I'm here to fight whatever, and I can deliver exciting fights.
E não importa se for lá ou no médio ou no meio pesado. Doesn't matter if middleweight or light heavyweight. I'm looking for exciting fights, and the best way e o melhor caminho para pavimentar a minha subida para lutar pelo título.
And I'll find just the best way to actually cement the path to go to a title. So I'll just pick the win.
As of now, do you feel like 205 might be easier to get a title shot than 185?
Você acha que no momento, para meio médio, é mais fácil a oportunidade de você tentar um título que nos médios?
I don't know.
And I just want to get your thoughts on Strickland versus Chimaev, and what's sort of the update on the beef with Chimaev? Is that sort of lowered down, or do you still dislike him? Where do you stand with him?
I still dislike him. I still want to fight him. I know my potential. I know I can beat him. I know I'm not a good match for him. That's why, and I hate him. So I won't fight him.
He loses against Strickland, or you think he beats him?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Paulo, right here. Did you actually put on any weight for this, or just not have to cut?
Yes, I put some on. I put some, not too much, like 6 pounds, 7 pounds.
And then, did I hear you right? You said with a win here, you want to fight the next Russian in line. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm talking about Chimaev.
Oh, you're talking about Chimaev. I didn't know if you meant Chimaev or Ankalaev.
Chimaev. I have nothing against Ankalaev.
And then Azamat said, Russian secret juice is hard work and dedication. Whose secret juice is better?
Bullshit. The guy is fat as a fuck. What he talk about secret juice? He don't know nothing about that. So, yeah, shut up, fat motherfucker.
Mostra seu corpo.
Paulo, right over here, to your left. Right here. So you were originally supposed to be earlier down on the main card for this card. What was your reaction when you got moved to the co-main event?
Você sabe que você estava no começo do card antes. E agora, qual foi a reação quando você descobriu agora que caiu a luta? Você falou, agora eu sou co-main. Como é que foi a reação?
Oh, it's always better, right? Much better, but UFC know what they do. They know exactly what move they do. You know, if they move us, my fight to co-main event is because we have something to show, and I appreciate. I'm glad for that. I'm just focused on delivery. Back to UFC, to audience, for the fans, what the credibility they put on me. So let's go. And yeah, when I saw this, I just thought, okay, this happened, and but I always knew that eu sempre soube que essa luta tinha potencial para subir em qualquer momento.
I always knew that this fight had a potential to move up in the card anytime.
So this will be 7 straight fights that you are either the main event or co-main event of the card you're on. How does it feel to be valued so highly by the fans and by the UFC?
7 lutas seguidas que você ou é main event ou co-main event. Ou seja, como é que você se sente em ser tão valorizado pela organização?
Eu sinto que... Bom, eu vejo assim da seguinte forma. Eu vejo que o MMA precisa de bons personagens, boas pessoas, bons lutadores que entregam tanto na luta quanto fora da luta.
I feel that MMA needs that. They need these good characters, good people, good fighters, people that deliver not just when they are fighting, but also outside of the world of fighting.
And vejo que o UFC é uma empresa extremamente afiada, que coloca atenção nos detalhes, por isso que está crescendo tanto, cresce tanto cada vez mais, fecha grandes acordos e porque eles prestam atenção em pequenos detalhes que fazem a diferença no final da conta.
And I think the UFC is a very sharp company that has attention to detail. That's that attention to detail translates into all these deals that have been made, and that's why it grows exponentially. And I think that they pay attention to all these small deals. As at the end of the day, they bring results.
So speaking of entertainment outside of the UFC, you've grown to be one of the more popular fighters in the UFC based on what you've done on social media. What advice would you have to any fighter looking to grow in popularity, grow their following?
Temos entretenimento, sacou?
Obrigado. Be authentic, be yourself. Don't try to copy because some guys just try to copy other fighters of case of success to try do the same thing. But be authentic because everybody is different, and what works for me don't work for other guys. So just be authentic and don't be a coward, like afraid to speak whatever you want to speak, but be respectful at the same time. So it's a balance, and in delivery inside the cage.
Thank you very much, guys.
Advice from Secret Juice.
That is quite funny.
Well, Patricio over here to your left. I know Aaron Pico's been somebody that's been on your radar for years. Kind of funny that it's kind of coming full circle here in the UFC. You called him out a couple fights ago. Why did you want this matchup, and how happy were you that you got it?
Era uma luta que ficou a se fazer no Bellator e nós não conseguimos porque quando chegava perto ele tinha algum encalço, era nocauteado e a luta não acontecia, como foi no caso do Japão, que fomos escalados pelo PFL para fazer esse combate e acabou que o Bellator não existe mais e ficou devendo essa luta. Então, quando eu soube que ele ia estrear no UFC, eu pedi para fazer esse combate, mas o UFC tinha outros planos para ele.
It's a fight that was meant to happen in Bellator for a long time, but something would always happen whenever we thought it was going to happen. There was always an issue that would come up. That was the case in Japan. PFL was supposed to give us a fight too. So, yeah, when I came into the UFC, that's a fight that I asked for.
How do you gauge his skills? I mean, over the years, we've seen him have spectacular knockouts. We've seen him get upset, get knocked out himself. We've seen him fight very smart and controlled, and other times he's kind of wild. So what are you expecting out of him when you guys get in there on Saturday?
O que você está esperando dele? Que muitas vezes ele entra lá, pô, muito bem, nocauteia, às vezes é nocauteado. Qual Aaron Pico que você vai ver?
Eu me preparei para ambos os aspectos. Ele um pouco mais cauteloso devido ao nocaute que tomou, vindo mais grappler do que o normal e também ele abandonando um pouco da estratégia e indo para a porrada. Então eu estou preparado para os dois ambientes.
Yeah, I'm ready for whatever kind of Aaron Pico shows up in there. Maybe he'll be more cautious because he got knocked out. Maybe he's going to go in there and just want to brawl. So I'm prepared for whatever version.
Yeah, and he was in here a little bit earlier, and he was asked about your comments about his chin not being particularly great, and he said that you won't have to worry about that because you won't be able to hit him. So I was curious if you have a response to him there.
Ele falou do teu comentário do queixo dele e ele falou que isso não vai ser problema, que você não vai conseguir acertar ele.
Então, espero que ele tenha treinado bastante a defesa dele, porque pelo que eu vejo ele não defende porra nenhuma.
And I hope he trained a lot of defense because he usually doesn't defend shit.
And I guess how nice is it to just be back in here, right? You know, you had fought Ige a while back, and you had that fight against Keita that got canceled. So I guess what are you hoping to prove here to the UFC, and where do you think a win over Aaron Pico puts you?
O que você está esperando aqui dessa vitória? Você teve a luta do Keita que não aconteceu, teve uma vitória, uma derrota. Onde você acha que te coloca essa luta?
Pico chegou aqui, eu acho que lutou contra o Murphy e uma vitória sobre o Murphy colocaria ele muito perto do título. Então eu acredito que mesmo que ele não seja ranqueado, essa luta me coloca numa posição acima da que eu estou agora no meu ranking e eu possa, após esse combate, enfrentar um top 5.
You know, Aaron Pico came in and with one win over Murphy, he was pretty close to being in the mix for the title. So even though he's not ranked, I do think this is a fight that's going to push me forward.
Thank you.
Patricio, over here. In the past, when Aaron suffered a knockout, he's come back and kind of changed his approach a bit. And then he was in here, and he said during his time off from his last knockout to now, he's kind of done a little more reinventing kind of his approach and his style of fighting in there. So I guess what are you expecting from Aaron, given what we've seen in the past to what he's saying this week?
Como eu falei, ele é um lutador que quando é nocauteado, ele volta um pouco mais grappler do que o comum. Porém, se ele falou isso, eu tenho que levar em consideração que ele pode voltar, né, querendo controlar a luta o tempo todo. E, pelas palavras dele, ele já deve ter se reinventado quantas vezes? 4 ou 5, né? Foi nocauteado 5 vezes. Ele é uma metamorfose.
At least 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there.
Yeah, usually when he gets knocked out, you know, he comes back and he's more of a grappler. So, you know, I have to take into consideration what he's saying and be ready for him to have reinvented himself. But at this point, he's been knocked out, 4 or 5 times.
And I guess unrelated to Aaron, but, you know, it seems like you've maybe struggled to get fights in the UFC. Maybe people don't want to fight you. And MVP said the same thing when he fought in London. He thought joining the UFC would lead to more fights, and that wasn't the case. Have you felt the same kind of frustration that maybe a lot of these top featherweights are hesitant to accept a fight with you?
Quando você entrou, você pensou que talvez você ia conseguir lutar mais? Porque parece que tem muita gente que não quer lutar com você, né? E o MVP, o Michael Venom Page, também falou a mesma coisa, que pensou que aqui no UFC todo mundo ia ter que aceitar a luta e que ele vê que, pô, tem muita gente que não quer lutar com ele, né?
Muita gente não aceita a luta e os que aceitam não vêm pra porrada. As 2 lutas que eu fiz, todo mundo ficou me culpando pelo desempenho, mas o momento que teve de ação entre eu e Yair Rodrigues, por exemplo, que ele me deu um knockdown, foi eu que parti pra cima. E com o Daíga é a mesma coisa, é um cara muito dinâmico, que é agressivo, mas você viu que foi uma luta monótona. Então eu sei que meu próximo adversário é um cara agressivo, então eu espero que ele traga violência pro combate.
Yeah, a lot of people don't accept fights, and when they accept fights, they don't come into fights. So, you know, a lot of people blame me for my past performances, but, you know, even in the Yair Rodriguez fight, when he got that knockdown, it was me. I was the one that was being aggressive, and I got caught in that moment. And same thing with Dan Ige. He's a very dynamic, aggressive fighter, and the fight wasn't like that. So, you know, I'm going to fight an aggressive guy now, and I'm hoping he's coming in here to fight.
And what do you make of the division as a whole right now? Because since your UFC debut was on the same card as Volkanovski, he's only fought once since then, and that was the rematch against Diego. Obviously, Movsar just beat Lerone, and then you have this big fight coming up. So just kind of the state of the featherweight division, where do you think it stands?
Onde você vê a categoria no momento? Porque o Volk, desde que você estreou e você lutou no mesmo evento, ele só fez uma luta, né? A revanche lá com o Diego Lopes, o Movsar acabou de lutar. Onde você vê a categoria no momento?
A categoria, para mim, a disputa de título está bem aberta, porque a gente sabe que claramente só tem o Movsar e o Jean Silva. Depois desses dois, a gente não sabe quem é o próximo desafiante. O próprio Yair Rodrigues, que é um cara que está bem ranqueado, ele luta muito pouco. Então é algo que eu não estou acostumado a ver. Eu estou acostumado com a categoria bem movimentada e não é isso que acontece aqui. A categoria está bem amarrada. E na minha visão, bem aberta. Então eu quero bater no Aro Pico, pegar um top 5 e ficar perto do título.
I think the title picture is wide open right now. I mean, you've got Volk as a champion, you got Movsar, and you got Jean Silva up there vying for a spot, but everyone else is pretty much tied up, and that's not something I'm used to seeing. I'm used to seeing a very dynamic division, but I think that right now it's a very tied up division, but the title picture is wide open.
And then just last one for me, and I only asked this because you and your coach did a video on it earlier this year. Where do you think the addition of Arman Tsarukyan would fit into this featherweight division? Because I saw your coach saying if he wants to fight for the title, he should have to go through you first.
Ele viu um vídeo você falando do Tsarukyan, de descer para a tua categoria, que ele deveria enfrentar você antes de ir pelo título. O que você acha dele ir para a tua categoria?
Eu acho ótimo, é um cara que vai fazer a categoria pega fogo. Na de 70 quilos parece que o UFC realmente não quer que ele lute pelo título. Então seria uma boa aquisição para a categoria dos pesos penas e fazer tudo movimentar. Ele é um cara que é bastante ativo, me ofereceram a luta contra ele de jiu-jitsu lá em São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, não estou lembrado agora, e o peso da luta era 80. Então eu espero que ele venha sofrer e baixar esse peso para 66 para a gente saber realmente como é que vai ser o poder de fogo dele nessa divisão.
I think it would be a great move. I think he would set fire to the division. It looks like they don't want him fighting for the title at 155, so I think that he would bring a lot to this division. You know, I was offered a fight against him at 80 kilos at a grappling event in Brazil. So I like to see how he would drop down to 145.
Patricio, over here. You and Volkanovski, obviously, when you were champion at Bellator, you guys were always compared, right? And you guys were dominant and champions of your division for a long time. How important is it to the sport that fight happens?
Você e o Volkanovski, quando você ainda estava lá no PFL em Bellator, vocês eram muito comparados, os melhores da categoria e tal. Como que você vê isso hoje?
We're still the same. We are the best.
But do you feel like that's a fight that has to happen for the history of the sport, for the sake of the sport?
Você acha que essa luta precisa acontecer pela história do esporte,
Precisa, ele com o cinturão ou sem o cinturão.
Yeah, it needs to happen, even if he doesn't have the belt, with or without the belt.
And lastly, a fellow featherweight is retiring at UFC 327, Cub Swanson, somebody that's been around for a long time. Curious if you've seen him fight and if you have any favorite memory of Cub.
O Cub Swanson vai se aposentar nesse evento, né? É um cara das antigas, é o último do WSC. Você acompanhava a luta dele? Tem alguma coisa a dizer sobre ele?
São muitas ótimas performances, eu não sei elencar qual foi a melhor da memória que eu tenho, mas eu tenho várias memórias. É um cara muito dinâmico, muito agressivo. Ele sempre teve um grande show no UFC e parabéns pela carreira.
Yeah, I always watch his fights. There's not one specific one that comes to memory, but he was always a very dynamic and aggressive fighter. He did a lot, and yeah, I can only congratulate him on his career.
Ele seria rei sem a coroa.
He's like a king without a crown.
Pitbull right over here. So I saw you had the first annual Pitbull Brothers meetup a couple weeks ago. What does it mean to make the Pitbull name worldwide in MMA and just such a historic name?
Ele viu que vocês tiveram uma reunião dos Pitbull Brothers, não sei, das academias. Como é que é levar esse nome ao mundo?
Eu me sinto muito honrado porque são pessoas que, de maneira por própria vontade, quiseram nos representar. Então, nós temos a na Suíça, na Espanha, em Portugal, temos parceiros nossos nos Estados Unidos. Então, ao redor do mundo, nós temos os Pitbull Brothers. Para mim é honra, para mim é satisfação.
It's great. It's an honor. You know, these are people that, out of their own free will, decided to represent our team around the world. We have gyms in Switzerland, Spain, and Portugal, affiliates in the United States. So it's an honor to see those people representing our name.
You and Patricio were both in camp together. You guys are just fighting hours apart, you and the UFC, him and Ryzen. Are you happy that you get to fight first so you can watch his fight after, or would you rather he be the one that fights first?
Você e Patrick fizeram camp juntos, vão lutar algumas horas de diferença aí, né? É bom para você poder lutar primeiro para poder assistir a luta dele?
Talvez eu não consiga nem assistir a luta dele, porque vai ser a hora que eu tô indo para o aeroporto. Vou tentar.
I may not be able to watch his fight because I think I'm going to be headed to the airport, but I'm going to try to.
Eu tô confiante porque o Patrick tá muito bem treinado.
But I'm confident he's very well trained.
Patricio, just to go off of that, how did your coaches kind of decide who was going to corner him and was going to corner you, considering you're fighting like you said hours apart?
Como é que vocês decidiram quem vai no corner de quem nessa luta?
Mais por afinidade, porém na Pitbull Bros nós temos a capacidade de fazer 7 camps simultaneamente, então isso aí não foi um problema dentro da equipe.
It was just based on relationships, really. But at the gym, we're able to have 7 simultaneous camps, so that's not an issue.
Thank you, guys.
кого спрашивает. Кто спрашивает, кто смотрит.
Yeah, that's good. Well, Azamat right here. Obviously, it's been a bit since we last saw you, like back in Abu Dhabi, but now, to be fighting in Miami against a fighter of Paulo's caliber and popularity, I guess, how was camp been, preparation, now that we're only a few days away?
Уже достаточно много времени прошло с тех пор, как мы тебя видели в Абу-Даби, но теперь ты здесь, ты готов, ты сражаешься против соперника такой величины, как Пауло Коста. Расскажи, пожалуйста, как себя чувствуешь, про лагерь и так далее.
Спасибо за вопрос. Да, чувствую себя хорошо. У нас все по распорядку, по расписанию, в оптимальной форме, в очень неплохой форме. Я думаю, мы подошли. Осталось немного времени, день-два, мы сделаем весь, и все, мы готовы на все 100%.
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, I feel great. We're right on schedule. Everything's the way we planned it. I'm in a really good shape now. A couple of days left. Make sure to make the weight. Other than that, I think we're very prepared, very excited about the fight.
And I watched a few of your interviews before this week, and a lot of it, the interviewers joked about, like, will Paulo show up? Now that he is here, was there any actual nervousness that he would pull out like he has in his previous fights? And now that you've seen him, if you have, like, how relieved are you that he actually made it to Miami?
Видел много интервью твоих до этого, и такая шутка, которая продолжалась насчет того, что вообще появится ли здесь Пауло Коста, потому что у него есть такая репутация, что он в последний момент снимается. Но сейчас он, понятное дело, уже здесь. Какие ощущения по этому поводу? Видел ли его и уверен ли уже в том, что действительно он там будет в субботу?
Ну, я его не видел, но очень хорошо, что он уже здесь. Поэтому мы его закроем и до субботы держать будем здесь, чтобы не убежал.
Yes, I feel good about the fact that he actually made it here. That's great. I haven't seen him, but I think the good way to do is to just lock him up until Saturday and make sure he doesn't run away and then go ahead and fight him on Saturday.
I also saw that you posted that if you got 100,000 followers, you would walk out with the Brazilian flag. I then saw you got 150,000 followers, so is the plan to walk out with the Brazilian flag?
Также я видел, что ты сказал, что если у тебя будет 100 тысяч подписчиков, то ты выйдешь с бразильским флагом. Но я сейчас посмотрел, и у тебя 150 тысяч подписчиков. Поэтому, ну что, мы увидим тебя с бразильским флагом или нет?
Ну, там было сказано 100 тысяч, 100 фанатов бразильцев, а не всего. Поэтому еще нету 100.
I think the trick is it was said that 100,000 Brazilian followers. So it's not about a whole, the full amount of followers. But I don't think I have 100,000 specifically Brazilian. So come on, keep going. We'll see.
I saw you say that Brazilians want you to win too. Is that true, that all these Brazilians are messaging you that they want you to knock out Paulo?
Также ты сказал, что очень много бразильцев тебе пишут и за тебя болеют, и надеются, что ты выиграешь. Это правда, что тебе прям в личку пишут бразильцы и говорят, что они надеются, что ты его нокаутируешь?
Да, действительно, очень много фанатов бразильцев пишут мне в личку, в Инстаграме, в Твиттере. Ну, конечно же, насчет флага это было сказано в шутку. У меня есть свой флаг, свой родной флаг. Поэтому спасибо всем болельщикам из Бразилии за то, что меня поддерживают. Я не знаю, что Коста сделал с ними, но очень многие, оказывается, очень многие недовольны им.
Yes, it's true. I get a lot of Brazilian people writing me personal messages, rooting for me, hoping that I win this time around. The thing about the flag, honestly, that was mostly a jest. It was just a joke. I do have my own flag that I represent that I'm planning to come out with. But, I do not know what happened between Paulo Costa and his Brazilian fans, but it seems as though a lot of them are really on my side.
And then just last one for me, and Sergey, I preface this that this was Paulo's words, not mine. He was asked about, I saw an interview with Jake, and you said that, Russian secret juice is hard work and dedication, and Paulo responded with, bullshit, he doesn't know anything about secret juice, he's fat. What is your response?
Сразу должен сказать, что это не мои слова, а слова твоего соперника, Паула Коста. Но у него было интервью с Джейком, и Джейк его спросил у тебя, что по-моему, у тебя было интервью с Джейком, он спросил у тебя, что такое секретный сок или секретный соус русских. И ты сказал, что секретный соус русских — это тяжелая работа и усердность, и вот в этом заключается весь этот соус. Но когда спросили у Пола Коста сказал, что это все просто, это просто пустые слова, скажем так, что ты понятия не имеешь, что такое секретный сок, и у русских нету этого сока, потому что ты просто толстяк. Что ты по этому поводу хочешь сказать?
Ну, скоро мы покажем, что у нас есть, что у русских вообще, у россиян есть, какой секрет.
Very soon we'll show what the secret is, what the Russians have or people from Russia have. Very soon we'll reveal our secret.
Good luck on Saturday.
Удачи.
Oh, here. How close do you think you are from a title shot with a win on Saturday?
С этой победой как близко ты думаешь, ты приближишься к шансу драться за титул?
Я думаю, я буду очень близок уже. Посмотрим. Будем надеяться, что очень многое зависит от этого боя, как пройдет вообще. Поэтому, если все пройдет по плану, я думаю, там уже менеджер мой сидит. Может, вопрос к нему тоже будет.
I think I'm very close. I think everything depends on this fight on Saturday. You know, this is a big fight. This is an important fight from then on. I think if everything goes according to plan, we're very, very close to the title shot. But my manager is sitting right over here, so I think maybe this is a question that my manager could answer. He can help out.
Your manager is saying you're next. Do you feel like a win gets you the winner of the main event?
Дэнни говорит, что с победой ты следующий. Как ты думаешь, с победой тебе
Я
дадут этот шанс?
выигрываю, он делает мне бой за пояс. Okay?
I win, and Danny gives me a fight for the title. He makes that happen, right?
Камеру наведите.
Make sure you point the camera on him.
And who do you think wins that main event?
Кто победит в главном событии в вашем весе?
Я много раз отвечал на этот вопрос. Я думаю, 50-50. Оба хорошие, оба достойные бойцы. Затянется, думаю, Prochazka. В первых 3 раундах Ulberg. Поэтому 50-50.
You know, I've answered this plenty of times, but I've been asked that a lot. So I think it's a 50-50 chance. They're both great. They're both strong guys, really good fighters. But I think it depends on how long the fight goes. If it goes further into the fight, I think Prochazka. If you go the first 1, 2, 3 rounds, I think it's Ulberg.
Thank you. Good luck.
Азамат, привет. Обычно наших бойцов в Америке засвистывают и на пресс-конференции, и во время боя. Учитывая, что твое отношение сейчас с бразильскими фанатами и нелюбовь к спортсмену Паулу Косте, как ты думаешь, будет ли публика на арене, а не в соцсетях, на твоей стороне?
A lot of times our fighters, Russian fighters, they get booed or they get kind of, whistled at the arena. Now, if you think about the fact that there are so many Brazilian fans that don't really like Paulo Costa, do you think they'll be different this time around when you come out?
Я думаю, да, потому что, как я знаю, в Майами очень много бразильцев, и все они будут болеть за меня. И мне кажется, даже его угловые тоже будут болеть за меня. Посмотрим. А так, не только бразильцев, здесь много россиян в Майами, и также я уверен, что очень многие тоже приедут с России.
Yeah, I think it'll be different this time around because as far as I know in Miami, there's a lot of Brazilians. And from what I understand, most of these Brazilians are going to be rooting for me. Even his corner is Brazilian. And I think his corner is going to be rooting for me to win as well. But besides that, there's also lots of Russian-speaking folks here in Miami as well. So they will come out specifically. And maybe even some people from Russia will come to support. So I think it's going to be mine.
И еще один вопрос мы с тобой обсуждали. Это давай, наверное, для американской публики тоже это проговорим. Карлос Ульберг был здесь, и он сказал, что он явно видит, что логично будет свести победителя его боя с победителем вашего, с Пауло Костой боя. Вы идете в ко-мейн-ивенте, они идут в мейн-ивенте. Сразу после боя ты готов остаться на арене на случай, если тебя пригласят в клетку?
Да, я готов.
The question was, we talked about this before. I'd like to ask you again here. So, most likely, what Carlos Ulberg said is that most likely the reasonable thing to do is to have the victor of their fight, the winner of their fight, have a face-off with the winner of the co-main event, which is your fight against Paulo Costa. Are you ready and willing to accept that? If you win, would you come out and face off with the winner of their fight? And the answer is a definite yes.
Azamat right here. When Ulberg was out here, he said that he would certainly consider fighting you next for his first title defense. So what would a potential you versus Carlos Ulberg fight look like?
Когда здесь был Олберг, он сказал, что если он побеждает, если он становится чемпионом, то он рассматривает как раз-таки вариант защищать, первый раз защищать пояс против тебя. Как может выглядеть этот бой между вами, если подумать? Представь себе этот бой между тобой и с Карлосом. Как он будет выглядеть?
Вообще отлично будет. Было бы.
Would be an absolutely excellent fight. Yeah, it would be great.
Now, I know that you wanted Yiri Prochazka for a while. You've been calling for his name. So is there a preference of who you want to win that fight for you to fight next?
Я знаю, что ты говорил, наоборот, что ты давно хотел уже подраться с Иржей, с Прохашкой. Если так получится, что он победит, насколько тебе интересен этот бой против Иржи?
За пояс?
Да.
Если за пояс, хоть с Гераклом.
You mean for the belt? For the belt, does not matter who. Give me King Kong. Oh, give me Hercules.
Yes. Геракл же это не...
Я не услышал, да. Hercules, sorry.
Azamat right here. So originally you were down lower on the main card and you weren't the co-main event. What was your reaction to being pushed up into the co-main event slot, especially right underneath the title fight for your weight class?
Изначально ваш бой не был соглавным событием, сейчас вас подвинули на соглавное событие, причем сразу под битву за титул в вашем же весе. Какие у тебя по этому поводу мысли?
Я доволен, я рад этому, но главный бой, это же все-таки не главный бой, поэтому пока пойдет.
I'm happy, I'm excited about it, of course, but you know, co-main event is not actually the main event yet, right? So we'll take what we can for now.
You train out of the K Dojo Warriors gym in North Jersey. That was where Khabib first started training when he came over to the U.S. What is it like training over there, and how is it working with Coach Murat?
Ты готовился в зале K Dojo Warriors Tribe, это тот же зал, в котором в свое время готовился Хабиб. Расскажи, пожалуйста, про вашу подготовку с коучем, с тренером Мурабом.
Да, я подготовку начал у себя дома, в Нальчике. Потом я заранее, как обычно, всегда заранее приезжаю в Нью-Джерси, в клуб Кедоджо, где я прохожу основную работу, основной этап подготовки. И у нас получился такой довольно хороший лагерь. И мы вроде бы успели все сделать и доработать.
You know, I always start my preparation back home. That's what I do. I start the camp over there, and then I give myself a good amount of time to come to Jersey to work with my coach, with Murat, and we give ourselves enough time to really have a great camp. This time around, it worked out that the camp was really intense, really good, and so there was a lot of work that we've done, and I think we're ready and prepared for this fight.
Hello, everyone.
That's good. Good. Well, Cub, last media day of your career, I guess, we've been talking about this being your last fight for, so many months, but now that it's only a few days away, have you had the opportunity to, has it sunk in yet? Are you kind of approaching this differently, or are you just kind of trying to tell yourself, this is just a normal fight week, I just might not be fighting on Sunday after that?
Well, kind of both. First of all, let me say, let's keep the softball questions. I don't want to be up here crying, being a baby. So, but yeah, it's been pretty cool. I think I'm trying to have a little bit of both because at the end of the day, I still got to fight this guy on Saturday. I'm trying to soak it in, trying to enjoy it. But I have a job to do. I got a game opponent, and I'm just happy to be able to go out there and put on a show for the fans. I know this crowd's going to be awesome. Everything's set up for a great night, so I just need to go out there and perform.
And after your win over Billy in Tampa, I guess that everyone just thought that was such a perfect send-off, and when they announced this fight, they were hyped about the fight, but they were like, why have another fight after that perfect send-off? So I present that question to you, why did you think you needed one more after that big win in Tampa?
Probably because I have problems. That's what we do. We're fighters, I honestly was very content to be done at that point, but I didn't want to. I had been talking about retirement and being very open to it, and I wanted to be 100% sure, and I didn't want to make an emotional decision, and so I kept it to myself. I tried to for a while. And I was really close to being done. And then Sean Shelby started asking if I wanted to fight again and saying they'd love to have me. And just the opportunity came to shine a light on what I'm doing next. And it made sense. And I thought, I could do one better than I did last time. And it really etched me in there. So. Yeah, that's what we do as fighters. We try to, make sure we're leaving it all out there and having fun. So that's why I'm here.
And obviously, a lot of the narrative, one of the last two WEC fighters fighting 40 professional fights. You've said you've been thinking about retirement for a bit now. Did you think you would make it this far? Because a lot of fighters we talked to early in their career, they're like, I want to hit 35 and I'm out. You've obviously gone past that. So I guess, did you think you would be still fighting at this point?
Yeah, when I hear fighters saying that, I'm usually thinking they have no idea what they're talking about. They can't predict the future. They have no idea what a career is like in this sport. And but yeah, for me, I really didn't ever believe that I'd be fighting past 40. I remember me and my manager talking about it, and he used to scold me and say, "What are you gonna do after? You can't fight until you're 40." So. That kind of makes me laugh a little bit. But I think a lot of other people have told me, Cub, ride it as long as you can, as long as you're in good health, take advantage. And you get a lot of things when you're in the spotlight and you need to take advantage. And so I've still been able to hang with all the young boys. I got a whole crew of killers in my gym, and I hang with them just fine. And so, yeah, I feel like I know I still got it, and I think this is a perfect time to go out there, have one last fight, and then, turn my attention to coaching.
Well, I was going to ask about that. How's it been, preparing a Bloodline, correct?
Yeah.
Preparing that team and gym and, also preparing for this big fight. Because, Nate, he's always in a banger fight, and you might not feel great on Sunday after this.
Yeah, and I've spoke about this. I never fear my opponent anymore. I'm past that. Yeah. I fear waking up Sunday morning going God, that hurts, That's what I'm afraid of. But it is what it is. Yeah, my team Bloodline, they're the best team in the world. I'm going to say that. I'm really happy with what these guys have been doing. I had Danny Silva and Le'Veon Douglas right before me, and that was a little bit of pressure to get them ready. but they stepped up and they did their thing, and now it's my turn. Then we got Rafa Garcia next, and then we got Richie Miranda that we're trying to get in the UFC here soon. So, yeah, I got a whole stable of guys, and they need my attention.
What was the thought process in padding I think it was the pool, rather than like cementing over, like making it a pit?
Well, it's funny. I go and I've seen all these gyms, and I'm always a fighter first. When I'm coaching, managing, doing anything, I'm a fighter first. So that's my lens that I'm looking through. And I've been to so many gyms where they just have a terrible layout and they don't utilize the space. And I'm like, as a fighter, you need all the space possible. And so we were going to fill in the pool and then move a wall back, but then we couldn't enclose it on all four sides legally because of fire escapes and stuff. So it wasn't going to work out. So we would have had to have two walls open. So you lose square footage. So then we had the idea of dropping it in the pool and having the staircases. And so it made like perfect sense. And we were like, man, this is kind of crazy. And this could be our calling card, the fight pit. And so, yeah, there's no other gym like it. We had to have a whole structural engineer, design it and do it. It was a lot of work, but there's no other gym like it.
And then I have to ask you about Nate, because you are getting in a fight on Saturday. What do you make of his skill set? Obviously, like a lot of people assume he's in a fight of the night, win or lose. What did you make of his name when it came across your desk?
Well, he's got a lot of heart. He's tough as nails. I'm pretty sure that my hands will hurt when I hit him in the face. I think he's one of those guys that their head hurts. But I like his style. He brings it. And I believe he just became a dad. So I think that we're kind of in a very similar boat. His age is very similar to mine.
Yeah, I think he phrased it as just two dads getting in a fist fight.
Yeah. So I love that. I'm at a different point in my career. I really don't want to, at this point, I don't want to get in a fight with a 22-year-old that just won't go down. I've done that. So I think that this is a great matchup. I think he's still going to have a great career after this. And, yeah, I'm glad we're meeting up and we're going to put on a great fight.
And then just last one for me. We found an interview with Nate from 7 years ago before he was in the UFC, and they said, who's your dream fight? He said 7 years ago was his dream fight for him. So I guess to compartmentalize that, like you fought in like multiple generations of fighters. Like Nate wasn't in the UFC, and now he's sending you off. Almost everyone you fought in the first half of your career is no longer fighting. Have you thought about just like the amounts of generations that have come through that have had to go through Cub Swanson in their MMA journey?
I do think about that because often when I, run into people, they'll say, man, I'm such a big fan. I've been watching you since I was a little kid. So I get reminded quite often, which I find funny and I think pretty cool. But the main thing that I am proud of is that I've always been me. And in the history of my career, I feel like people saw the evolution of me. And so for people to see like me finish my career and everything I'm doing, I'm really proud of that.
Congrats on the career, man.
Thank you.
Cub, here you had said that you weren't really interested in fighting 22-year-olds. Maybe not 22, but he's 24. Kevin Vallejos had called you out some months ago. I don't know if that ever got to you.
Who?
Kevin Vallejos.
Oh, okay. I had already spoke on this. I refuse to fight somebody with a stupid name like Kevin. And if you could find the humor in that, then you'll get it.
I don't. Do you want to elaborate or?
Do you know my name?
Cub.
Do you know my real name?
It's Kevin.
There you go.
Well, only one Kevin can be in the octagon.
Yeah, so I would love to put hands on him, but it's not in the cards for me right now. He could come to my gym, and I will gladly humble him anytime.
Okay. And has it been emotional this fight week, knowing that like it's like your last photo shoot, your last time talking to media? I don't know how much you like the media, but has it been emotional, like knowing that every single motion that you go through fight week will be your final one?
Yeah. I mean, it keeps getting emotional because people keep asking me the questions about it, but it's great to be recognized, and I think fighters, we ultimately just want to be seen and heard. And so with me, you know, never fighting for a title and not being like one of the big stars, but I've had an amazing career, I feel like just getting that recognition is nice.
Yeah. We just were talking to Pitbull, and he referred to you as the king without the crown when just kind of reflecting on your career. And I got to ask you, whenever like we hear your name, we always think about WEC, right? And WEC never die. And it seems, you know, that kind of has like a cult following, and you're obviously a face of that promotion, or we're a face of that promotion. Just since, you know, there's a lot of new fans in the sport, if you can just put into words more or less like what WEC meant for your career and for the sport in general, because it seems that it's a lot of fans have it in a very special place in their heart, at least the old school ones.
Yeah, it was at a time when the UFC didn't have the smaller weight classes, and we were the UFC, but we weren't getting the recognition, and so we were kind of like the little brother. And I just remember the culture of it. I remember being backstage when they give the fighter meetings, and there was times when Dana would say, hey guys, we have these executives here, and it's really important that you guys all go out there and show out. And we all kind of like, with our opponents there, we would like, okay, we got it, we know the mission, and we would go out there and just throw down. So I was really proud of that. It felt like a smaller thing, and we were always trying to get credit for all the hard work we were putting in. And then when we got absorbed into the UFC and the weight classes came over, we all shined. And I feel like that was a really good kind of breeding ground. It was kind of like guys doing the contenders now, but having to have 5 or 6 contenders fights and being on the circuit and then graduating up. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't have that, a lot of athletes wouldn't have that like first fight jitters as much, you know, because you get kind of like graduated up. So I felt blessed to be a part of that. And yeah, it's a part of my journey, and it was a big chunk of my career. It's crazy to think that was only 4 years of my career. But yeah, it'll forever be in my heart.
Thank you, and best luck and congrats on your career.
Thank you.
Cub right here. You just had the 19th anniversary of your first featherweight fight 2 weeks ago. What would you say has given you the ability to stay in such a tough division for so long? Like, what would you attribute most to that?
My stubbornness, one. My ability to ask for help. My ability to adapt and try to be better, and I never bought my own hype. I think that's important. I never believed everybody when they said, oh, you're the best right now, or, you know. And so I was able to continue to grow as an athlete and try to stay ahead of the curve. I think a lot of fighters will start to buy their own hype, and they don't think they need to mature or get better, and then the sport passes them by. You guys got to remember that this sport is still so young that every 5 years it's a new era, you know, and so if these younger fighters aren't constantly developing and trying to get better, then they just disappear. And it trips me out all the time. I hear like a fighter's name, and I'm like, man, I forgot about that guy. He was the next big thing after me, you know, like they came after me. They came, had a decent career, and retired, and then I forgot about them, you know, and I can't tell you how many people I remember like that. So for me to stick around this long, I'm definitely proud of that.
So you talked about the ability to ask for advice before. Jalen Turner talked about some advice you gave him before his comeback fight. What has it been now to go from the guy asking for advice to now being the one giving advice to the young and upcoming guys?
That's a great question because now it's like I went through these things for a reason. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And just going back to Bloodline a little bit, some of your top guys, Danny Silva, Le'Veon Douglas, Rafa Garcia, all scored big KO wins in their last fights. Just your legacy is going to carry on through these guys. What does it mean to know that even though this may be your last fight, it's not going to be the last time your name is heard around the UFC for a while?
Yeah, I think, ultimately I remember moving from Palm Springs to Orange County and being in my bedroom, being on the computer, having to go to train and just being so tired and watching like Vanderlei Silva and Crow Cop and Vitor Belfort and watching all these amazing highlight videos like Roman Decker's, all these like great fighters and going like, man, that's what I want. So for me to just kind of have a legacy and have made my mark on the sport, that means everything to me. And being able to pass on my knowledge in such a close space with my fighters, and being a small part of their success, it kind of means more to me than my own career.
Thank you for always bringing the violence.
I just wanted to ask: was there like ever like a fight out there that you expected to like have in your career, and then it just didn't happen?
Probably the Uriah fight. I mean, he's still trying to get me to do some kind of a match with him, but we've almost fought since King of the Cage, and I think they offered us like $800 to fight, and we both were like, no way. Like, we're going to fight for way more money someday. And that's just one that we've both been around for a long time, and we were right there so many times, and it just didn't happen. So, yeah, that one definitely got away. Cool. Thanks, guys.